Morning. See faces out there finally. It's been a while. It's been a few years since we've had an in-person CAD users group meeting, so it's nice to see everybody here. Oh, the live stream. What about it? Okay. Real quick, JD wanted me to mention the live stream is down right now, but the Teams meeting is available. Is the audio working?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're trying a few different things here. We have a live stream that they use for the auditorium, but then we also have the Teams meeting running as well in tandem for those people attending online. So hopefully, if you're not getting that stream, you can switch over to the Teams meeting and you can get it there. Also, we're recording this today, so it'll be made available later on the wiki page. So if you want to go back and review that later, we'll have that available. My name is Mark McLeod. I'm the CAD Services Manager here at ODOT, and I'd like to welcome everybody this morning. Just a quick overview of the agenda for today. After myself, Rachel is going to give an update on the ODOT's BIM strategic plan that we have. And then Kyle's going to talk about the international feat and some of the things going on with it. And then JD is going to speak on the OpenRoads Designer Workspace update. And then Jack and Brandon will be doing some ProjectWise updates after that. We'll have a networking break, and then Matt Ivan will be speaking, doing best practices on ORD and sheet creation. And then I'll be talking about our digital signature update and what we're moving towards, hopefully, with digital signatures and plans. And then Matt's going to finish off the day with an interactive session on what's the problem and CAD, common CAD related problems and issues. Just I guess a quick staffing update, since obviously it's been a few years since we've been in person and haven't really got to see each other face to face. Again, my name is Mark McLeod, CAD Services Manager. Jack Herstetter, who is our ProjectWise Manager, is actually retiring. His last day is September 30th of this month after 35 years of service with ODOT. Jack? Congratulations, buddy. It's been a while, huh? All right. And then also John Dursick, or JD, better known as JD. Everybody knows him as that. He's our applications and OpenRoads development support. We also have Matt Ivan on our team now. He is assisting us with our OpenRoads development support. Is Tess here? Tess Verhan Petros. He actually joined our team last year. I don't see him in the audience. Maybe he's out today. But he's actually joined our team with the OpenRoads development support. And then we also have added a new staff, Adam Bates. Adam's in the back. Adam. He's joined us from the private sector recently and to join our OpenRoads development support team. And then we have Brandon Williams. He's part of the ProjectWise and CAD IT support here in central office. Brandon's also sitting in the back next to Jack there. And we have Kyle Entz, who also has been assisting our group with some of the various things OpenRoads related. So one of the things I wanted to mention in opening, there was a Supplemental Spec 800 update in the July DRC. And what this was there is a, the Spec 800 is basically a boilerplate specification. And on the title sheet, the current revision date, it was noted on the title sheet, and that has been updated. So you're supposed to note that on the title sheet now that that it should see the proposal document for the project and not necessarily have the date on there anymore. So I don't know if anybody was aware of that change, but that's something that was changed in July for the Spec 800 stuff. So the title sheet should note to see the proposal for the revision date in place of listing the revision date on the title sheet. And JD's going to make, I think in this presentation, he's going to talk about some of the updates that we made to our applications to allow for that, that change. I wanted to quickly mention OTEC. We have 4 sessions on Tuesday, October 25th, scheduled right now. Those are digital project delivery, advanced technology, a new age of digital delivery, which 3D models, leveraging GIS automation and technology to support design, and a LiDAR and imagery for design. So those are going to be 4 sessions that we're going to have for CAD mapping on the Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we're going to have 4 more sessions: modeling, visualization, and model delivery, improving your data with advanced technology and standards, survey and mapping today and tomorrow, and using tools and technology to better deliver projects. So just note those. If you're at OTEC, we will have some sessions going on. So those are the sessions as of right now scheduled for OTEC this year. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Rachel Lewis, who is going to talk about our BIM strategic plan. You have a PowerPoint or anything? You did? Okay. That? No.
Oh, all right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
And that's for the teams.
All right. I am glad to see so many people made it, even though with COVID and a lot of people didn't register to come. We still have a good crowd. So thanks for coming out. I like the conversations we get to have in person, and you guys mingle and talk afterwards and fix a lot of problems, I think, on the side. So I'm just going to give a quick presentation on BIM for infrastructure at ODOT. So in December of 2021, we had a meeting with Dave Sleitzer, and it really was to talk about 3D modeling and digital project delivery. It really was not to talk about BIM. But we felt like if we were going to be talking about digital delivery, and we're going to be talking about 3D modeling, that we should probably start talking about BIM as well, since that's the direction that FHWA and the industry is going. So he gave us a task to come up with a report of the current status at ODOT and recommendations for how we want to move technologies forward. He gave us 6 months to do this and gave us a due date of July 1 to give him a report back. So we submitted the report to Dave Sleitzer on July 1st. We gave him a few weeks to mull it over, read it, come up with some of his own comments and conclusions. And then we met with him at the beginning of August, and he actually accepted the recommendations that we had put forth in front of him for moving some of this technology forward. So a few pieces I'm pulling out of the report for you guys, since most of you have not seen the report. It's not a published report. It's something we just held internally. We did identify that FHWA recommended some focus areas. We identified the PDP process was, we reviewed the PDP process. We gave presentations and workshops. We had strategic committee meetings. We developed and distributed surveys. We reviewed existing documentation from other DOTs. So in a 6-month time frame, we had a strategic committee that met every week. And that was our group and the data governance group with Ian Kidner. And then we put together a technical committee, which we met with every other month. And we had a leadership committee, which we met with every other month. So we met with them, I think 4 times, including the December meeting, 5 times, including the August meeting. We developed a lot of surveys 2 surveys that we pushed out to our end users, which included some consultants and some contractors, as well as our internal staff, to survey where they felt they were going to go with technology, where they would want to go with technology, and where we are with technology. And then we had a working group with some consultants and contractors. We had a workshop, a 1-day workshop, where we talked about 3D modeling and going from design to construction. So we did a lot in the 6-month time frame to try to put together as much of information as we could. And then we also did a lot of searches and looked for, what FHWA is doing, what some other DOTs are doing. Now, I will say Dave Slater is adamantly not, he doesn't care what other DOTs are doing and how they're going to implement BIM and how they're implementing 3D models. But we feel it's very important to, go through some lessons learned, to leverage what other people are already figuring out. We don't really want to go in and start this process completely fresh. So this is just a little snippet of a page in the report to show you guys. We did do a definitions, because one thing we found out while we were doing these meetings is that everyone thought, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but I would say 90% of the people we were talking about thought BIM and 3D modeling were the exact same thing, and they were interchangeable. And we found a lot of interchanging of the terminology digital project delivery and BIM, as well as 3D models. And I think it was really confusing. And I think that's part of everyone's hesitation, is they're not really sure what we're talking about. So we did define advanced 3D models, and we did separate that from the BIM definition. And so BIM is really a process, how data flows, how it all works together, how you can life cycle data. So while we are not going to focus on BIM per se as the primary project right now, we are going to focus on the 3D models. We are starting the project with a BIM overarching. How is this going to fit into a BIM process? Everything we do needs to have a purpose, and it needs to fit into the bigger picture. So we identified 4 technologies in the report that we wanted to move forward. One was the smart plans. We want to finish what we've done with the smart plans. But it should be known we're not going to spend a lot more time on this, because we are going to move to advanced 3D models. So that's really where we're going to start working right now, is on advanced 3D models. And then we put together a 3D model development process that we're going to follow, which will include, we're going to put together a group that's going to define what do we want to model first, what are the processes and impacts if we do this model. We're going to have a risk workshop to go through all the risk and benefits of that part of the model. We are going to do some kind of testing and piloting, and then we'll do training and support and roll out into production. We do not know how many iterations we're going to take to get models implemented. Excuse me. It could be 1, it could be 10. It just kind of depends on how each iteration goes, and if it was successful, if it wasn't successful, if we want to do something very detailed, if we want to do something very simple. So each iteration is going to vary in the complexity. It'll vary in the length of time it takes, and we may run one by itself, or we may run several together depending on how they're going. We also identified as-built. This was not a primary factor when we started doing this process. We didn't even think about as-built. But every single survey we put out, almost everybody said, does this mean we're not going to get as-built? Oh, good, now we're going to get as-built. I really see a benefit in getting as-built. So we put this in the recommendations for Dave and for leadership to realize that we have a large request for as-built, and the technology could get us there, and it's something we're not currently getting. This is not going to be our priority right now. We don't have the resources to tackle this, but we're hoping that we get there soon. And then we start with the BIM for infrastructure. That kind of went on 2 pages in the report when I was trying to screenshot it for you. But we are going to start a kind of like a steering committee and try to go over some strategic planning for how we want to implement BIM. Also, the data governance office put on RFP. I'm not really sure what it was for, something with, you know, Ian's big data project. And they did add BIM to the RFP. I did not see the RFP, so I don't know exactly how they define that. So we have some project champions, myself, Kyle, Ian. We're really kind of leading the group when it comes to the BIM technology. We have leadership sponsors. We have David Slater, we have Lori Duguid in engineering, Josh Bowman in construction, and Tim McDonald in planning. And then we have our technical experts, JD and Matt, who are probably going to be more involved than anybody else, and they are going to be our key in this being successful. So what's next? We are currently writing a project plan and a schedule. We are going to identify level of developments for models and figure out what we want to look at first. We're going to identify stakeholders and hold risk workshops, and we will do this for each iteration of model development. We are going to pilot the model or do some kind of model testing. We haven't figured out what that looks like yet. One of the concerns is if we actually do a full pilot, projects last way too long. So we're looking at some kind of model simulation, or if there's some other way that we can get out and test these models without being disruptive to projects. We will have a post-operative or a post-mortem review. And then we will go back, clean up any problems we had, maybe do another iteration if we have to, or move forward with development of standards, training material support, etc. And then we'll implement. And we do, like I said before, realize we're going to require some multiple iterations of this model development. So I have an OTEC teaser. Kristen and I are going to be doing a presentation on BIM at OTEC and where ODOT is. We're going to do a little piece on how does everyone play a part in BIM. And then by then, hopefully we'll have more of a project plan and schedule put together on how we're going to get started with the 3D modeling aspect of it. That's it. Are there any questions for me? Don't throw tomatoes at me. Good. All right, who's up next, JD? Kyle?
Set. All right, so today I'm going to talk a little bit about, let me make sure this is going to the next slide here. International feet, or the international foot definition, kind of just an update from my last presentation back in April, if you guys happen to join in online. So there's really 2 definitions of the foot being used currently. So if you weren't aware, there are 2 feet out there. There's the survey foot that we're generally using with all of our plans, all of our workspaces and everything have been defined with that US survey foot definition. And then we also have the international foot definition. So we don't have to go out and throw away all of our rulers and things like that. It's a very small difference. So there's about 2 parts per million change between the 2 definitions. And this is more of an awareness to kind of the future of what's happening. So right now, survey feet is really just used in our world, in the civil and surveying applications. But these changes are going to end up impacting everyone eventually. So just to kind of put this in perspective, 2 parts per million. So for 1 million feet, we're talking about 2 foot of difference change in between there. And then, of course, the bigger the distance, the more of that change you're going to actually see. So
Before we used an approximation for what a survey foot was, and now we're going to be using a finite actual full definition of what the foot is. So that's the kind of the difference between those two. And so when does this really matter? You're not really going to see this in a length type measure. A bearing or something like that, generally you're not going to have a million foot long bearing or something like that. But really where it's going to happen is in planar coordinate systems. So if we're thinking state plane coordinate systems or stationing, if we are all the way on the other side of a county, some of that stationing is going to end up changing in the future. So this is where some of that trouble is going to, or I guess not trouble, but complexity is going to come into play. So since we're using those really large false northings and eastings, that's where we're going to end up seeing some of the differences in a coordinate. So that point's really not moving in the world, but the tools we're using to measure where that point is going to change in the future. So really, is US survey foot ever going to go away? Not really. We still use poles, chains, that type of stuff when working with historical plans. So really, this is going to be just another step in that process in the future. So with that being said, we're not going to it yet. So I know in our last April meeting, the date was going to be January 1st for that transition to the new foot definition, I guess not new to us foot definition. So that's still happening, but the NGS actually clarified some things with us, and that they are not going to be adjusting any of the state plane coordinate systems or any of the legacy coordinate system points, and none of their tools are going to support that. So as long as we're still working in state plane coordinates, we're still going to use the survey foot definition. So even though it's going to be deprecated on December 31st, we're still going to be using the US survey foot definition moving forward until the new NSRS, the National Spatial Reference System, comes out. They're estimating around 2025 for the new system. So they had some delays with COVID and being able to collect all the gravity data they were using to make the new coordinate system model. So that got pushed back a little bit. They were supposed to coincide together at the exact same time, and that's when we were going to make the switch all together nice and cleanly. So we are still going to make that switch with the NSRS. So we have a couple more years to kind of put it off. So I kind of wanted to give a little bit of an update on that. We also put out a little, I guess, flyer or an alert notice on our website that kind of goes into a little bit more detail about the process and how we noticed some of the changes and some of the language behind how we can stay in US survey feet moving forward. So I kind of wanted to show another one of the reasons why we stayed there. In Ohio, it's actually legislated that we use the US survey foot. So legislation would need to change in order for us to be able to use the international foot with a state plane coordinate definition. So this is a little slide of some of the states that have this. Currently, there's actually 6 states that use the international foot already, so they won't even have a transition in the future. So it's one thing, if you work in multiple states, you might be aware of this already, but for those of you that work just in Ohio, we're a survey foot state. So that change will occur in the future. So I know I was supposed to talk about international foot changes, but you guys are going to get low distortion projections for free inside this presentation. I kind of wanted to give a little update on that as well, since the time frame of rolling these out is very similar to what we were doing with the international foot distribution. So we're going to be using low distortion projections for ODOT related projects starting January 1 of this coming year, so 2023. They're designed based off of each county, and they're going to be, the goal is to basically be 10 parts per million or less in air. So we have approval from NGS for all the designs. They're going to be included in the NSRS update in 2025. To be used with international feet, but we're going to start using them in NAD 83 2011 based LDPs for US survey foot. and that's going to be happening at January 1st. So JD is going to talk a little bit about how that's going to play into some of the standards that we have developed in the future. But I kind of wanted to show, if you didn't know why we were moving to low distortion projections, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about that. So everybody's pretty familiar, though it's a little washed out on the projector up here, with the typical Mercator map of the world. Everybody's learned this all the way through school and being able to look at it. So map projections have distortions in them. And if we look at what the true sizes of these of the countries actually are, this is where you can start to see some of the distortions. And what we thought were really, really big countries, though they are really big countries, really aren't that big in comparison to a lot of the others. And that's because of the Mercator projection distorting the sizes of that, because we're trying to make that round, I guess, roundish Earth flat, so we get a lot of those distortions. And we can see that with Canada as one of the big ones there, where the actual landmass size is a lot smaller than what it was, or what it actually is, if you were to go out and measure it. And we can also see the kind of the true size of Africa with a bunch of countries actually inside of it. Like I said, it's a little hard to see, but we can see the United States is actually put in up here at the top just to show the sheer size of how big Africa is compared to, I guess, what we have historically always thought about looking at those Mercator maps. So what we're doing is making these projections at a county level so we can minimize all of these distortions on the ground. So that's the overall main concept. So we're trying to minimize those distortions. Typically, we did that by using a project adjustment factor or a scale factor for each individual project. We'd find a point in the center, and we scale about that point to try to minimize those distortions. But then we would end up with a different scale factor for projects that were just adjacent to it or really close to it, or even if you go back to the same project in the future, you might not get the exact same scale factor again if you were to recalculate it. So this is where a low distortion projection based mapping system takes basically a state plane coordinate system and makes it for each county. So we're not going to have individual ground-based project adjustment factors anymore. For every single project, you would use a county-based projection. And they extend out past the county lines. So if you have a project that's in between two different counties, you would just use the one that has the larger portion, as long as everybody's on the same page with that. So I kind of wanted to show an example. This is the same example I used in April. So I kind of wanted to reiterate that just with that new knowledge of when we're moving to this. So with a state plane coordinate system, so let's take the I-480 Valley View Bridge as an example. If we use the state plane coordinate for the distance there, we have a grid distance of 4,191 feet and some change. But the ground distance, if we were to actually go out and measure with a total station, and we took out all of the distortions that we might get for taking that long of a shot with heat and all of that, we would end up with a 4,192 foot shot. So about 3/10 difference. So you would start to see that even in a single bridge project, you can see that distortion based off of the state plane coordinate systems. And we end up with about 75 parts per million, or a 1 in 13,262 or 66 as our I guess air budget there. 1 in 10,000 is the requirement for surveys for to be able to do this. So we're pretty close to that already, that limit, just by using state plane coordinates. If we were to use 20 parts per million, we could get it down to about 8/100ths, that difference. Or if we use the LDPs that were designed and approved, we're going to get that down to about 9/1000ths. So really, we're taking out all of the air that was associated with the coordinate projection system that we were using to begin with, and getting that about 2 parts per million in this particular area. So some areas are going to be better, some are going to be a little bit worse, and that's where this map kind of shows some of the areas where we might have a little bit more distortion. Still really, really good compared to what we were getting with state plane. So state plane, we were at about 75 parts per million, getting down to about 2 parts per million for those. So I wanted to try to keep on schedule there, but if anybody had any questions about this. So these low distortion projections, US survey foot, going to be released to be used January 1st, kind of moving forward after that. But yeah, and if anybody online has any questions, feel free to type them in the chat. I'll be available to answer any of those later as well. But other than that, thanks. I think JD is going to be up next.
All right. So before I get started, just a couple of reminders. If you guys are in person, make sure you guys sign in right outside the door. It's the only way you're going to get your CPD credits or attendance credit. The live stream is still down, so use the Teams link if you guys are listening online. And we'll be posting the recording too if you guys are having trouble seeing it online. All right. Felt like there was one other thing I wanted to say, but hopefully I got it all. Okay, so first thing I want to go over is just some workspace updates. And then first thing I want to remind everyone is that we do have a V2, version 2 of our Connect standards. So it's been out for a while now. Hopefully everyone's starting new projects with that V2 workspace. The main difference between these two workspaces is the font. We've talked about it in a couple of previous meetings, so I won't carry it on. But the V1, we've kind of dubbed the name of OHDOT, or now we're kind of referring to it as V1. And then the V2 is OHDOT CE VO2. Is kind of what we dubbed the name of it. Now, since our last presentation, I have released an installer now for the V2 tool. Before it was just a zip file download. So I'm going to give a real brief overview of that. I know I'm not going to go into configuration. I feel like I just bore everyone when I get up here. The last meeting we did talk about having a separate group for just the kind of the managers and the config, and we can go over those things and not bore everyone else. The last meeting I did ask that question and got people submitted so I could kind of get a list of people who would be interested. I'm going to do that again today. So reiterate, all new projects, we really want to start using V2. We had an original timeline to stop updating the V1 workspace back in March, but we decided to extend that per multiple users' requests. And so we are still updating both. Eventually that's got to stop. We are trying to push that, but so we have not set a final date, but eventually we'll have to stop. And especially with this switching to international feed or LDP, that's further broken our workspace, the two workspaces, which I'll go over in a little bit. So first, if you guys have visited our wiki page lately, you might notice that I've added a couple more pages. I view the V2 workspace as my second chance to fix all the complaints and problems from the first one and all the videos and the installer and what people didn't like. So I really did listen to everyone over the past couple of years, and when I had this second chance with the V2, I tried to address all of those. But there is a getting starting with ODOT page now, and there's a nice little introduction video, kind of brings someone up to speed if they're maybe new or want to get a recap of where we're at, how to get started. And then I have a video series of setting up the V2 workspace, and I shortened the videos from what I had before with the V1 installer, and I walk you through all the way up to creating a work set. And then I give you an overview. So I highly recommend, if you guys are CAD managers, to give those a check or a look out, or if you're just interested in how the workspaces are set up. I really try to streamline those videos and get to the point, and make sure you guys are, when you're getting it set up, you're not forgetting some of those key steps. So give that a check. That's on our wiki page. So I'm going to give a quick video of just kind of the installer so you guys can get a quick look on it. And that's as far as I'm going to go. Kind of like a little tease almost, but I won't go into configuration. So you're just going to go to the CAD website, you go to CAD standards download, and you'll see our download. So at the top, there's that getting started video right there as well. And then there's our V2 standards download. So there's just one download called admin tools now. The V1, you had one for ProjectWise, one for local, one for server. None of that. It's just one installer. So you're going to download it, and then we'll run it. And obviously it's got to be run as admin because it is installing stuff. So this is what it looks like, pretty similar to the first one. You're going to hit next. You can accept our end user agreement. Then you can opt in or out to Google Analytics. Please opt in. It's anonymous. This is the install location. I don't recommend changing it. And then here's the meat of it. You can set up as many workspaces as you want now, especially dealing with side-by-side installs. So all you're going to do is if you want to set up something locally on the network, you're going to check on, hey, I want to set it up. You're going to add a workspace location. So just go and choose your workspace location wherever you want it to be. Typically inside, like a custom config folder, and then a workspaces folder, and then just name it Ohio DOTCADD V02. And then you can add as many as you want. So it doesn't matter. You want to set one up locally, you want to set one up on a network drive. I also added a little don't configure checkbox for all the people that hated that I even touched config in the installer. That's for you guys. You can do whatever you want. Now, since you can have so many, I gave the ability to kind of give it a key name. So you notice in the heading, the tabs, I can key in like X drive or local, kind of just to help keep track of it if you are dealing with multiple workspaces. So here, I'm just going to go and pick another location. Should have gone a little bit faster. Let me skip forward a little bit. Okay. So there's also another tab there for ProjectWise setup. So if you want to set up ProjectWise, you check on that, and then you can just add data sources. So you can add as many data sources as you need. So here I'm going to log into data source. And then you can see I can add as many workspace locations within a data source that I may want. And you can also give those names as well to help keep track. So just a one-stop shop. You can set up all the instances of our workspace that you might need, especially dealing with side-by-side installs. And then you just hit install. Again, if you don't want it to configure anything, you can check on that checkbox, and then you can handle the rest of the configuration. So a lot simpler than the old ones. I'm only asking for one location, and it's going to handle the rest. It will set up the workspace, but it won't do anything else. So you'll still be responsible for configuring into each product that you want it to work with. But that's as much as I wanted to go into on that, just to make you guys aware that it's out there. So I'm going to install it, and then you'll see there's kind of results page, and then the next step would be to launch the sync tool. So the install process or setting up workspace is 2 steps. One, use the installer just to set up everything. It doesn't actually give you the workspaces, it just sets them up. And then it installs a sync tool, and the sync tool can be used to do the initial download of the workspace and then get all of our future releases to get those updates. So here's a quick video on that. It's a lot shorter, and then we'll move on. So you can launch the sync tool right from the installer, or if you closed it, you can just go to the start menu. It'll be right there as well in the Ohio DOT folder. And if you had V1 stuff, it goes in the same folder. So that's why you see the other stuff. So there it opened up and it recognized everything that I had set up from the installer. You can always go back and run the installer again and add or remove or change whatever you need to. But right there, you're going to get a tab for each workspace, and there's where that name comes in. So you can kind of help keep track of what's what. And you're just going to do the initial download. There's the version control, which is there before. That way you can make sure that given workspace instance stays compatible with the civil schema that you want it to. So right now the V2 was started with 1010. So it's the only option you have right now. It's not compatible with anything before 1010 because it didn't exist before 1010. So pretty soon the next release of ORD will be a schema change. So it'll be 1011. That should be soon, I'm assuming, next month or so, hopefully. But that's sync tool, pretty close to the old sync tool, but I did make a lot of fixes. So what I think I'm going to do is, I'm going to do one more note and then so just a quick note on update 17 of MicroStation. I don't know if anyone's running that yet or not. In update 17, they added this thing on the left side for configuration. It basically lets you set multiple configuration locations. So what I wanted to call out was, what I've noticed is if you set this custom config variable, I said I wasn't going to over config, but this is the one little thing. In the configuration setup, we've always said just go set that custom config variable and it'll show up. What I've noticed with 17 is update 17 is it's not showing up on the left side in that manage configuration automatically, unless you did it while you installed or MicroStation. So even though you set that, if you don't see it, you still got to come here and go manage configuration and add that location. I've noticed that a couple times now where people are like, hey, why am I not configured? They were running 17 and they didn't realize that this change was making it not show up for them. So it might be a little confusing at first, but it is a pretty cool addition, especially if you're trying to have workspaces in multiple locations. But maybe you guys won't be using it, but the next update ORD will be based off of this one. So you're going to see this managed configuration come in on the next ORD update. So I want to do a quick note on that, just because I have noticed it. So if you are in MicroStation update 17 and you're like, hey, why isn't my workspace showing up? I set the custom config variable. This might be why. And right now, that stuff, the managed configuration stuff, is stored in your user preferences in an XML file. So it's per user. I think most people have already asked Bentley, why is it in user preferences? That makes it really hard to control from an administrator standpoint. And I believe that they are working on changes, but I haven't heard anything more than that. So unfortunately, right now, that is a per user thing. And if you ever reset your user preferences, you're gonna have to reset it. So hopefully they're working on that, but that's the most that's the most info I got on that so far. Okay, so this is gonna be just to see if this is working, because we're gonna use this later. But I wanted to ask the question again of, hey, do you guys, if you're interested, if you're in a CAD manager role or configuration role, trying to gather all those names, because I was going to do a special event here in a month or two to go over the installer and configuration. And then later on, we're going to use this as poll EV. So this is kind of make sure everyone's working. So I really want everyone to go to pollev.com/OhioDOT02. And there should be some questions. It's basically asking if you want to be included. Wow, that is tiny. Well, that's not going to work later on. So I used the forum the last meeting to gather a bunch of responses. So you guys, if you're not interested, you don't have to submit. Just make sure the web page is working for you guys for later today. But that's the display. That sucks. So I think it just asked a couple questions like, what's your name, email. That way I can contact you in the future for kind of a config workspace specific meeting. Looks like there's like 16 done. 59 people are there, so it must be working, must be showing up. So the last session of the day, we're going to use this around a little interactive activity. So this is kind of our test run to make sure it works later. If this one didn't work, it wasn't that big of a deal. I think once I move on, it closes it. Not sure. Let's see. All right, well, I'm going to keep going. So I wanted to go over creating work sets real quick. Just a lot of service requests have been coming in on that, and part of it was because of side-by-side installs. But first thing I want to say is don't use out-of-the-box functionality. So if you guys are creating work sets inside of Workstation ORD, there's a create work set option. Don't use that. It just does not have enough functionality to really set up the workspaces or the work sets. It can't pick the right seed files since we have coordinate specific seed files. So it just doesn't have the functionality we need. It can't set up the configuration correctly if you're going to separate the config file from where the location of the folder structure is, which majority of the consultants, that's what you guys wanted. So that's kind of what led to the create work set application. So you really want to make sure you're using that to create our work sets. So there's a little X, don't use that. So a couple of problems that we've been having with the create work set application. I don't know if you guys have seen these. If you guys have been creating work sets, you guys see like MDL load errors or a red in the results. I don't know if anyone here even creates work sets. Raise a hand. Okay. So a lot of this all leads back to configuration problems. So part of the problem was when ORD or when the 1010 release of ORD came out, it changed the install location. Well, in order to do this last step, where it's trying to load up Workstation or ORD, it's needing to find the workspace. Well, it only knew how to load up the 10.9 or the original location. So it didn't understand that there was a new location for ORD. So it instantly failed if you only had 10.10 installed. So I fixed all these problems. Just kind of wanted to show a screen up and say, hey, have you seen this? Then update has fixed all these. Now I'm not saying that there still can't be a problem, but I've done my best to even make it work, even if you're not even configured correctly. But even if this part fails, it's not a big deal. Only thing this is doing is assigning the seed files the work set and workspace. So you don't see this mismatch alert. So the bottom dialog, you guys probably have seen that. You go to open a file, it says, hey, this file is not part of a work set. What do you want to do? What workspace do you want to load? And so what this process, what the create work set is supposed to be doing is assigning the workspace and work set to each of those seed files for that project. That way you don't see that message. So if the last step fails, it's not like something really went wrong. You just get that annoying message. So to manually fix it, you would just open each seed file and you're done. But that's what this page is going to go over. A couple of reasons why. Another thing it couldn't handle was this multiple configuration location that was added with update 17. It couldn't handle all those different locations. So I've updated the app to really fix all that. And the way I did that was now you'll notice if you're outside of ProjectWise, because ProjectWise doesn't have this problem, just to let you guys know, you don't have to worry about assigning seed files, their workspace worksite if you're inside ProjectWise. This is only a problem if you're outside of ProjectWise. So in that create workset, you're now going to see assign seed files to workset using, and it's going to get populated with your installed Connect products. And then you can choose what product you want to use to do that association. So obviously you got to pick one that is configured for that workspace you're trying to create a workset for, because it's got to find that workspace, right? And then it will handle the rest. I definitely did a lot on the back end to fix that MDL load error. So as long as it's configured somewhere, it's going to work. So I'll leave it at that. I figured I can go more into it in another meeting, but I did want to kind of put a little bit of attention on that since I have seen quite a few service requests on that end. All right, so a note on international feet, just to reiterate, we kind of got a little ahead of the game and then got it pushed. So international feet, we're not really moving to it until like 2025 or later, but we had already updated our workspace to work for international feet. So that's part of the reason why we haven't done a push in a while. I think the last push to our update to our standards have been March, and we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do. So we updated the V2 workspace for international feet, but it also works for survey feet. So when we push out the next update, you guys won't really notice a change, but you're gonna start seeing some folders say international feet. If you go into like Excel libraries and you check working units, we will see the units are international feet. But your seed files and your projects and everything else is going to stay survey feet. You don't have to worry about it. I'm just mentioning it in case someone goes digging around in the workspace and they go, hey, why is this international feet? We're not using international feet. It's okay. The workspace is going to be set up to handle both, but we are not going to let you switch over international feet just yet. It'll just kind of be there behind the scenes. So if you start seeing that stuff, don't panic. Don't panic. You're just going to start noticing that in our next push. With that, the push is coming. I know it's been since March. I think the running updates doc is like 11 pages long. So we got a lot of updates, a lot of good stuff coming. I'm going to try to push that out next week. So just wanted to call that out to everyone's attention. So you might see folders like this, where you see INTL feed. Don't panic. But we're going to control that unit switch at the work set level, and all your work sets are going to be already set to survey feed. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay. So Kyle mentioned I was going to talk a little bit about LDP updates. So with that create work set application, the GCS dropdown will now show you a GCS per county. So you notice this dropdown has all the counties listed now. So once I push out the update, that's when you'll automatically start seeing these. So the application has been updated to handle it if it's there. If it's not there, then they don't show up. So you still have the north zone, south zone there. Just wanted to note, and this will only be for the V2. So we're going to start slightly making the two workspaces different. It really didn't make sense because this is really for creating new projects, right? So there's no reason to be creating new projects for V1. So there's no reason for us to add LDP to V1. Okay, so we got to start making some cutoffs here, kind of nudge you guys a little bit. So let's see what else did I have to say about creating work sets. This is a note for ProjectWise users. I know the Create Workset app, in order to work inside ProjectWise, you had to use an installer. And there's a lot of people who didn't want to use the installer because it made use of the work area templates location. I have updated the app so that you don't need to have installed it. So if you did your own setup, it can now work for you guys. There's just a new line in the application settings file right here. This work area templates location, which you guys can email me if you have more questions about that. I won't go into more details. That's another thing I wanted to go into more detail with the separate meeting on. Okay, so some other updates. So now I'm going to go through some of the updates that are coming out here. So again, I haven't pushed it since March. So I'm going to go over what's going to be pushed out here, like hopefully next week. We added some generic feature definitions for proposed utility nodes. So the last update, we added generic feature definitions for existing utility nodes, and then we got support requests. Hey, what about proposed? So we are adding those now. And then as well, we are adding feature definitions for the manhole 3 flat slab transition. We've gotten a couple requests on that. Right now, the only cells there are the centric cone transitions, which doesn't let you go as shallow. So just oversight on my part when what was that, like 4 or 5 years ago when I was making the thousands of cells. They just missed the flat slab transition ones. So we are making those right now. It's part of the reason why it hasn't been pushed out yet. We're just about done adding those, so I can get those pushed out in the next update. So look for those coming. The last meeting we had, we talked about, hey, if you're going to move to the newest release ORD, we noticed that there's a scaling problem on the end area table on the cross sections. So we fixed that problem. It was a setting. So I put a little screenshot. We had the scale set to 5 or 10, depending on if you use the 5 scale or 10 scale annotation group. It was, I guess it was kind of like a bug because it didn't matter. It wasn't, that setting wasn't in use for some reason in the previous version. So we never noticed the scaling problem until we got to this release. And like, oh, it's scaled too big. So we fixed that, but if you notice that and you've already moved up, it hasn't pushed out yet, it's really easy to fix. You just go into that file and change that setting back to 1 and then re-annotate. So want to note on that, we did separate the guardrail and right-of-way annotation to separate annotation groups for cross sections. So we've had a request that came in about, a lot of times they don't have the right-of-way attached or they don't have profiles. So when they do the annotation, those don't come through, and then I got to come back and re-annotate. But if they've already changed some of that initial annotation, when they re-annotate, it kind of doubles up. So we separated them, so now you can come back and just do that one. Now it doesn't 100% fix the problem because you can't just, like, the stuff that's there is already there. So like there's no way to just remove one and re-annotate. You can't remove one group and re-annotate just that group. When you remove the annotation, it removes all of them. But it's a step in the right direction, and I believe we have a request in so that we can remove, just one individual annotation group and not all of them in our cross section. So a little bit easing the pain there, but still got a little bit more to go with Bentley to make that a little bit easier process. Hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Annotating cross sections, it throws all those annotations on there. Okay. So that's coming out. Another thing that's coming out is I redid the profile drawing annotations to be a little more descriptive, and also make sure that your grid lines on your profile come out to be nice little squares. So before, depending on what scale you're going to, what kind of exaggeration was in use, those grid lines might not have been squares. So here's a nice little kind of table for you, which I'll give the PowerPoint out here in case you guys can't see it, especially the ones in the back, but it just kind of describes what you might want to use. So if you're using, vertical exaggeration of 4, there's typically for a 20 to 5. So at the end of the names, I put in parentheses kind of what typically is used for that to kind of help you guys out. But the main thing is kind of what exaggeration are you using on your plan and profile, your profile exaggeration. So that should hopefully help you guys out. There's also a geotech folder that kind of has specific ones for the geotech sheets. I didn't have room to put all those on there, but there will be. It's just right there. You see the geotech folder. Expand that out, and you'll see all the annotation groups for the geotech sheets. Some other updates. I separated the profile annotation to different levels to kind of give a little bit more control of the display. We did that a while ago for kind of the horizontal, but then we got a request come in for the, kind of doing something similar for the profiles. So now you'll notice that there's 3 separate levels when you do your profile annotation, so you can better control the display in case you need to turn one of those things off and not all of them. Updated the right-of-way legend cell to actually have that map border. It was missing, so got a couple requests on that one. The sheet cells have been updated for digital signatures, which Mark will be presenting later, our full process that we haven't really showed everyone the full process. So those sheets have been updated. I did remove the seed files for the 83 north and south zones that weren't the 2011. You really don't need those or shouldn't be using those. So those are just gone now. There's no reason for them to stay there. Another thing we did is we changed the ODOT temp variable to use the MicroStation local user temp path because, well, I think it took a while for Jack to come to find out that the user didn't have a temp folder on the C drive, and that's what we were setting it to, and it was causing problems. So we just said, well, we don't really need it there. We'll just use what Bentley's using. So we fixed that problem. That'll be out. I don't know. Probably too many people didn't run into that, but a couple of you guys might have. So kind of fixed that. I moved the sheet seeds. Well, I didn't do them. Matt did, but to kind of prepare for that survey feet versus international feet, the name boundaries are moving into a subfolder. And then you guys will really want to thank Matt because he has combined all of the dgen libs for our name boundaries into one file. And if you guys don't know, that's going to make a pretty big impact on the load time when it loads the workspace. So that's coming out in the next push. So you guys should see it loads a little bit faster for you guys. So you can thank Matt for that. He painfully had to go through and remake all of them. Another thing that deals with kind of the signature stuff is the patch release. We released this design script file to kind of make those signature fields when you print the PDF. Wow, we did some changes, which Mark will show, but we ended up moving that design script to be work set based and not workspace based. So you'll notice that it's no longer ODOT e-sign, it's ODOT underbar work set design script, and it'll go inside the work set folder. Mark will go over it later, but that change is coming, and it's really just to handle all the differences we need to handle with signatures. It just needed to go to the work set level to handle that. I did change the default location to be the work set root location rather than 400 engineering folder. So surveyors can be happy. It doesn't always default you to the 400 engineering, or if you have 401 folders, it really just made more sense to go up one level rather than defaulting that 400 folder. So, all right, I know I'm boring you guys. I got some good stuff coming up here. I remade the Plain Seals app and named it Signatures. So that's what you're going to use to place your signatures, which Mark will go over. The standard construction drawing list was updated to fix a placement problem. There was a slight problem, so that's been updated. Also, I don't want to get in debate on this today, but the 800 SS800 will now say C proposal rather than the date. It was in the last LND volume 3 update. That's where it's gonna leave that right there for now. I know that made a lot of people unhappy. I updated the title map app to fix an error in placement. So I've got multiple service requests on this one where that DGN graphics for the map, that new app that we released that everyone loves because they hated the JS looking one. There was a problem that was not letting you place it. So there's an update to that to fix that problem. All right, I got a couple more slides and then I'll be done. So I did make a pretty decent update to the Geometry Points app. So I've added some filter options, elevation source, and a lot of this was for Geotech to kind of replace their Geotech report app since it wasn't giving station offsets, and this one already had a lot of the groundwork done. So I got a quick video to show this, but you'll notice in the bottom there's some filter options to filter by survey points or Geotech points or all points, and then there's different options for elevation source now, which I'll go over here in a second. So let me start this video. So you can launch it from the same survey tab, but I also added it to the geotechnical tab as well, since it's going to replace that geotechnical report. So after it opens up, I should be zooming in here to hopefully help you guys out in the auditorium see a little bit better. But the quality of it, really, it's not great. So I'm just showing you you can launch it from those 2 different locations now in our ribbon. And then I should be zooming in here so you guys can see a little better, but quality of it's horrible. I don't know what happened. So just noting the filter options now, so that filter survey points, you can have that list to filter out and kind of just only show you your more common ones, which for ODOT's already set for you guys. There's the geotech points, so it will filter your list to just show you the geotech points. And then there's the all survey, that'll show you all of your geometry and survey points. So the problem before was the previous version, when you had a geometry point, it wasn't pulling the elevation, and that's because it was most likely not placed in 3D. It was just placed using the civil tools, and so when you place a point using civil tools, it gives you an option to kind of key in elevation. That becomes a rule on that feature, and it's not really in 3D. So I had to update the app so that I could pull that data in, and then also while I was at it, the request was to, hey, can you also pull what the active surface elevation would be at that location, in case they maybe didn't place or key in an elevation, you just wanted to drape it on. So that's what this section is for. So it's really just logic. You start at the top line, you go down. So you just check on all the lines you want to be in use, and this is how it's going to figure out what elevation source it should use. So the first one, use a 3D point elevation if it's greater than 0. So if a 3D elevation is greater than 0 and this is checked on, it's going to use that. And then if not, it'll move on to the next line. It says else use the rule geometry elevation if it's greater than 0. And then the third line is checked off right now, so it won't use it. But if you check it on, if the above 2 had failed or they're not checked on, then it would say, okay, let me drape this point to the active surface. So obviously you have to have an active surface, and then it would, as long as that value was greater than 0, it would use that. And you can change the order of these. It's a drop down, so you can change the order, but the default ways is probably the way you're going to want to use it. You basically get the elevation from 3D for survey, and if it's geometry, get the elevation from the rule. That's the default way it's set up. So if you need to change it, you can. Now with that, I added a column that says elevation source to the point list, so that you know where the elevation is coming from. So you can see here these points are getting the elevation from the rule geometry. Is it still playing? Okay, I was like, man, should be moving by now. So moving on, this just goes through kind of how that elevation source is working. And then you can see as I scroll through there, I checked off the other 2, so now it's saying, active surface elevation. Now, if the point was outside the surface, the active surface, it would say the elevation source was done, and it would be 0. So you would see that. So other than that, that's kind of what I added, is that elevation source. Now the buttons to the left, whatever they output, like the northern eastern report, whatever the elevation source is set to at that given time is what the elevation you'll get. I also added exclude null elements for the alignments. What was happening was this: you get into a file and it had just a whole bunch of blanks listed there, and you thought it wasn't working or wasn't populated. It's just picking up too much stuff. So I added that little checkbox, so it just removes those from the list for you to make it a little bit easier. I also added a little dragger, so you can change that width. There was always a dragger at the bottom. I just made it black to kind of make it more noticeable. And then the last thing is I added a geotech report. So that's going to give you your CSV in the way that you need it for Ghent. So I won't go over the rest of that process, but really for the geotech users, the geotechnical report app is being replaced with this, and you can just come here, change it to geotech points filter, and hit that geotech report button to get your report, your CSV. And then it'll just pop up with a save as dialog. You can save it however you want. Integrated ProjectWise. So if you're in ProjectWise, it'll open up the ProjectWise as dialog. And that is that. So this video has audio and is already posted. It's set to go live at noon. So I don't want you guys to watch it during this. I want you guys to be focused on this meeting. So it's set to go live at noon. So on our wiki page, you'll see that update video will be posted. It's already there. You'll see the video there. It just isn't live. So I didn't redo the whole video because the original video was good enough to go over what it currently does. This video just does the updates. All right. Okay, so now here's the one you guys are going to be hopefully really happy about. The Sheet Cells app can now handle selecting which agency cell you want to place, and even more, the Sheet Manager app can now handle placing agency cells. So that has been a request multiple times, is give us an easier way to do this. So I'm happy to say I finally found a couple days and I did it for you guys. So I wanted something that was easy to apply to your current sheets. So that kind of instantly got rid of touching the cell, because if I have to update the cell, that's not really a good solution for you guys, right? So I did, it's a couple steps, but it's the best I could come up with to update existing sheets so that this will work. And I did it through the use of just a couple more item type properties, which are really easy to update on your sheet files. It's literally just syncing the item type library to that file. So what I wanted to just quickly go over, I'm not going to go over too much detail, but there are now these extra item type properties on the sheet cells. So the sheet cells item types, has your properties for that right border of the sheet, like page total, page number, the title, the designer, all those. So I've just added these extra ones, and these are really just being used so I could go find the area and where I should place that cell. So the first one is just design agency cell name. So that's obviously the name of the cell. The rest are just used to figure out that location of the agency box. So there's the overall X distance, overall Y distance of a 1-to-1 scale of that sheet. So I know the total size, so I can figure out scale compared to what you placed it at. And then I have the agency box lower X and lower Y. That's just to figure out the distance from the bottom corner to the corner of your agency. And then I have the agency width and height, so I know the size of that box. So existing sheets will need to be updated, but I made that easy for you guys as well. All right, so I have a video that'll go over a little bit of how it's going to work, but basically you need these new item types on your sheets, and then those item types have to have the right values so it knows where to place it. So how do you populate these cells? I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So not only am I allowing you the placement of the agency cell, but then I'm also allowing for multiple agency cells, because that was one of the requests too, was, you can only have one agency cell. That variable only took one cell name, right? There was that designed agency cell name that you could set, and then that was the only agency cell you could get. Well, if you're working inside our data source, you're only going to see ours, right? So I basically added a new variable that says design agency cell names. So I added a little S to it, and that one you can define as many cell names as you want, and that's what's going to populate the dropdown to make it easier for you to select the cell that you want. So let's do a quick little video here. I think I'm just about out of time, so I'm almost done. I'm going to go a little bit over. So in here, I have a sheet cell placed. And when I click on this sheet cell and take a look at the item types, so there I'm going to show you how this will place that agency cell for you. Come on, click it. Or you know what? I'm thinking of a different video. Nope, this is a Sheet Manager video. So I'm going to load up Sheet Manager first, I guess. It would help if I remember what I recorded, right? All right, so in this Sheet Manager, I have one sheet already set up. So when I click on that sheet, you guys will notice the last option down here is design agency cell name. So that is going to be the cell, the name of the cell that you want it to place as your agency cell. And you notice the drop down only has one right now, but if you use that variable to define more, that would get populated. Okay, so here's that variable name. So there's the old one without the S, and now there's a new one with the S. So if I click on the new one, I think I'm going to add one just to show you. Let me zoom forward a little bit. So here I'm just going to add one just temporarily there. So after you change that configuration, it's not going to, you have to restart the app. Hopefully you have your configuration done before you get into it, but the app doesn't automatically read it again. So there I added just one that said test 1, and then you see I restarted it and it showed up in that drop down. Okay, now if I click on another sheet, it doesn't have it there, right? It's not showing it. That's because that sheet hasn't been updated yet, right? So get forward here. Oh, and also if you hover over it, it'll tell you what cells are placed inside that cell. So if your cell origin is inside that box, the hover over that will tell you all the cells that have a cell origin inside that box. So you know if something's placed there or not. And then when you export to an Excel sheet, it'll also export that. So you can see what sheets have what placed and if there's multiple cells that accidentally got placed there, which is hopefully a nice little feature for you guys. So that drop down, or that just having a value is, it doesn't mean much unless you know it actually placed it, because it's not like linked to a text element, right? Where you could update the item type property field and then just update that text field. There's no direct link to say, oh, I changed the cell, let me go and flip the cell. So when you change that value, you got to make sure you run the sheet manager or just change it in the sheet manager. That way you know it fixed the placement. Hopefully that makes sense. So basically, I have it selected. I look over the properties. There's those additional properties and their values are filled out. So what I did was all the new cells, if you place a new sheet, all these values are already set for you. So you don't have to worry about it. All the existing ones obviously don't have them. So there's a button on the sheet manager that will do all that work for you. So here's the quick little graphic I horribly put together to kind of show you what those values mean, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I'm handling it all for you. Let me go forward here. So up here, you'll notice, come on, zoom forward here. So this update sheets for agency cell button is what I added. So whatever you have displayed is what it will process. So if you want to change those filters around, you can. So whatever is in this list, you hit that update sheet cells or cells for agency. It'll go through all those sheets. It'll update the item type library, and then it will update those new properties to have the right values. So it did all the work for you. Now, the only caveat is it doesn't work if you drop the cell, because then I have no idea what those values should be because I have no idea what the cell is. But we do have the interior cells separated from the exterior, so hopefully you guys don't really have a reason to drop those border cells. But if you drop the border cells, then you'd have to update it manually. That's the best I could, as close as I could get to a easy fix. So, and it'll tell you in the results what it did, like always. So you can come to existing project after you get the update, hit that button, it'll go through, update all your cells to have the new values, export to Excel, type in the cell name you want, import it, and it'll place the agency cell. And now when you actually hit update sheet or you import, it will delete any cell that has a cell origin within that box, and it will tell you what it deleted. So that I tried to be very specific because I don't want to delete stuff I shouldn't be deleting. But if it's a cell with a cell origin inside that box, it will delete it and replace it, and it'll make sure it places at the right scale, rotation, center of the box. Actually pretty slick. That's a pretty big update. Hopefully you guys are going to be pretty happy about that. I got pretty excited when I was coding. It was a nice little challenge for me. But that's going to go out in the next update. And then I have one more video, and then I will get off the stage here. And this is just a sheet cells app. So when you place that sheet cells now, I updated it to handle that drop down. And I also fixed some of the placement problems it had before. So it will definitely handle any rotation scale you want to place it at. So it just works kind of the same way, but in this drop down, the property will show up if it's there, which as long as you get the updated cell library, it'll just show up. And then there's that gets populated based off of that variable, and then it'll place it when you place it. I also updated the dgen libs with the name boundaries because those place the cells differently. So even if you go that route, those variables will already be there. So moving forward, it should be pretty easy to use your existing projects, just that one extra button, hopefully. So I'll leave it at that. I know I'm a little bit over time here. I know I showed rotating it here and it places at the right rotation, location, different scales. So I fixed those. There was a couple problems before with the current one not placing that correctly. Okay, let me move forward. So last thing is, if you guys are working inside our data source, send me your agency cell library or just that cell, and then I can get it added to our workspace so that when you want to place agency cells and you're working inside our data source, they'll be there as an option. So just shoot me an email with that cell library or just this one model for that cell, and I'll get it added for you guys. 6 minutes over, not too bad. Any questions came in? Anything on Teams, guys? All right. All right, so now I believe it's Brandon. He's going to give you guys a ProjectWise update.
Ooh, that was like a mile walk up here. For those on Teams, I had to go through 100 fans through the audience, so it seems to calm down at least. So we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so I'm going to go over some ProjectWise updates. We'll be pretty quick. My name is Brandon Williams. I'm one of 2 ProjectWise administrators, soon to be the one and only, the last Jedi, once Jack retires here. We'll be quick here. I'm just going to go over just a few updates, and then we'll take a break, which I thought was brunch. Unfortunately, it's not brunch. It's a networking, which is the second best thing. So we'll go ahead and get started. So I've had many questions about what to do and how to get added to our ProjectWise data source. So I just want to go over some onboarding stuff. The main contact, if you need help, is your project manager, ODOT project manager. And the only thing we need to get you added into our ProjectWise data source is your email address. And this is the email address that you use for your Bentley account. If you have a Bentley account, it's free to make one. You want to provide us with that email address because sometimes you can have more than one. I've had several users give me the wrong email address and they weren't able to get logged in. So whatever email address you use to log into bentley.connect.com is the one that we need. And the other thing is the organization name. So how we have it set up is user list. So each consultant has their own user list, and we have the project manager add the consultant to the project to give you the permissions that you need. Okay. And if you need if there are any issues or you need any more assistance, you can always put in a CADD support request. That will come to our office. We have a whole group that will be able to see that. So if I'm not able to help you or anyone else, then maybe someone else can. So that's probably the best way to contact any of us is through that support system. Okay, and there is an onboarding document available. The project manager may or may not send that out, but if you need that, we can send it to you, and it will kind of help you get logged into our data source and kind of show you the different permissions, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. Okay. So for licensing for ProjectWise or any Bentley product, ODOT's not supplying licenses. In fact, in ProjectWise Explorer version 3.4.3.4 and 3.4.5.3, they don't allow us to even it forces us to use your own license. So you can't even have the option to use an organization's license if you're on that version. So if you're on that version, it's forcing your externals into your ProjectWise, if you have your own data source, to use their own license instead of yours. So depending on how you have that set up. So I call it BYOL, which brings your own license. And to set that, so if you're on an older version, you can go to user properties in the ProjectWise administrator. And under administrative and licensing, there's 2 options that you can toggle. One to bring your own license and one to use your license. Okay. Bentley has told us way to purchase a license is through Virtuosity. So they have a virtuosity.bentley.com you can go to. and there's two separate versions I saw in there. There's a ProjectWise 365 license and a ProjectWise Visa license. Okay, and I'll talk about what those two mean here in a minute. Another thing to do is to consult with your project manager. Sometimes a project manager may want you to use ProjectWise Explorer if they need real time, but that's really decided in the scope. So whatever's written in the scope is more likely to use. But for your own use, you can choose one of the two options from Virtuosity. So one of those options is ProjectWise 365. This gives access to ProjectWise Web, so that connect.bentley.com. This is more centralized around Microsoft Office users. You can upload, you can modify documents. They even have a cool PDF modifier tool and viewer if you wanted to use that. It's not really intended for CAD work, so if you're dealing with DGN files, ProjectWise 365 probably is not the route to go. You can upload DGN files, but you can't attach references and you can't open them, so you'd have to download them. It's more of an upload, modified, download tool. Okay. If you have any more questions, I'd recommend contacting your Bentley representative. So if you have in contact a Bentley representative, contact them and see what the best option for you is. So the second one is the ProjectWise Explorer subscription is what they call it. We call it a Visa. This gives you access to ProjectWise Explorer. So if you are familiar with that, like the 453 version I was talking about earlier, this is more for CAD users. So if you're dealing with DGN files, this is more likely where you want to be. It does give you access to our managed workspace. If you want to work inside our environment, you don't have to, but unless it's stated in the scope that you have to. But it does give access to the managed workspace, so you don't have to deal with any of the workspace configuration. It's already set up. It's for CAD users in real-time collaboration. So ODOT will have read access to your stuff, and as a consultant, you'll have read access to ODOT stuff. So whatever you update, ODOT will see, and vice versa. And again, I would contact a Bentley representative if you have any more questions about the different licensings. Okay. This may or not be hard to see. It's also pretty blurry, but this is actually in that documentation I talked about earlier. This is just an example of what kind of folder structure you'll see, what permissions you have when you get added to a project. So in this example, there's multiple consultants. Here we're talking about consultant B, which is underlined in red. So this is our folder structure. You will have read access to other consultant work, and you would have read access to ODOT work. ODOT will have read access to your work as well. Okay, and you also get a couple other modification folders like Proj Admin, 950 Reviews, which I'll talk about here in a minute, 990 Workset Standards, and 999 Scratch. And you'll get your own, if you're an engineering firm, you'll get your own 401 engineering. If you're a survey, you'll get your own survey folder. And we normally, consultant B would be the name of your organization. Okay. So some changes to the plan reviews folder structure. We ended up changing some of the permissions for consultant ODOT users. So the O1 submission under any of the stages or any of the disciplines there, consultants will have modify access, same for ODOT. O2 comments, ODOT will have modify, consultants will have read access. Okay, so if you need something from there to modify, just contact anyone on the project and they can help you out, or you can copy it out into your own folder. O3 disposition of comments, consultant does have modify there. So does ODOT. And that's the same for all disciplines. I want to point out that we added a right-of-way compliance folder. This was to correspond with the right-of-way manual update. And you can see that on the real estate manual in section 3110.5. It's on our website. And we also moved 05 right-of-way final, or 06 right-of-way final was 05 right-of-way final. Turn that to 06 since we added the right-of-way compliance. The right-of-way final folder only has the O1 submission, so you will have modify access to that as well. And that's all I had. So we can pretend to get brunch or do some networking. If you guys have any questions, I can answer them up here or in the chat. All right, thank you.
All right. So for those who don't know me, my name is Matt Iben. I've been here at ODOT now 2.5 years, and this is the first time I've presented in this auditorium, so it's kind of exciting for me. I wish there were some more faces in the crowd, but you know, it is what it is. So this presentation, we were trying to come up with the agenda, trying to figure out some of the best things probably the audience could take away from this. And we still get a lot of questions on sheet creation, level display kind of issues. So I thought for months now, I've had it in my back pocket. I want to create a video series to post on the wiki page to, you know, for each sheet type, here's kind of the best practices. Here's some of the things we see happen and, you know, ways to kind of come up with better workflows for the most projects. I haven't done that, and I thought doing this for this presentation would, you know, help spur that. I still haven't got it completely finished. So here is what I plan to do, and actually to do that for this presentation would take up probably a couple hours. So what my intent is to create this video series showing these different sheet types. If you run into a different type of sheet, you create a lot or have problems or questions, you know, let me know. And that's part of the reason I sort of held off as I started developing this presentation. Well, what do people really want to see? What are the issues that they're maybe really running into? We only see maybe half of those kind of things. So like anything else, there's, you know, dozens of ways to accomplish the same thing. So these are the best practices we feel are most useful to most users in most of our projects. So you can always modify these to fit your project needs. In most cases, the recommendations provided here for container file or
there's no date.
File and model management, level display management are based on the common issues that support request issues that we see. So if you have any feedback on this or things you'd like to be included in this, or if you're well beyond this and we don't need to do it anymore, let me know that too. Part of this series and what I'm showing today, you know, you do need to be using ORD 1010, 01, 03 or higher, and either the OHDOT V1 workspace or the V2 workspace. Everything I show is going to be in the V2 workspace. And as JD mentioned, we really don't need to be using that version 1 anymore, but these workflows all still work. And the key here, I have it in yellow, is the workspace needs to be updated from at least last September 2021. So that's not a typo. That was when we updated the DGN libraries and the sheet seats for the 1010 schema. And that's most important because of the settings from design model, reference attachment setting, the synchronized view setting that you'll see there. So let's talk about file or model management sort of considerations. There's more than just jumping into this and saying I need to create my sheets. And so some things sort of to think about when you begin your drawing production. When I get asked a lot of these sheet creation best practices, these are the things that I ask the user to think about or to answer to me as far as what may be best for them in their project. So some of the next few slides may help you decide some of the best things to do. So for example, how many sheets will a drawing or how many sheets for a drawing type will my project have? Just one? Just doing an intersection widening, am I just going to have one plan profile? Or am I doing a 10-mile long corridor and I'm going to have a bunch of sheets here? How do I want to manage my DGNs for a drawing type? You know, a single DGN with all the sheets in one DGN file. This tends, for me, it tends to be easier to manage less DGNs on a project. It's also easier to use a lot of the ORD drawing model annotation commands because you can click on them and it'll search through every model in that file and annotate all those. But it could limit the number of users that can access those and work on those sheets at the same time. So, you know, coming from the consultant world, you get to the end of the week before and you got 20 people all trying to get in and finish markups and annotations on plans. So it could limit those sort of things. And we don't run into it a lot, but you know, possible file corruption could cause you to lose an entire project or sheet type if that file gets corrupted. So But what about multiple DGNs with one sheet per DGN? Historically, that's what a lot of ODOT users are used to. It does allow more than one person the ability to work in all those DGNs because you have multiple or all those sheets. But in order to use the ORD drawing model annotations, you have to open every DGN. So how many of you have run into that? You got to go in, hit annotate drawing, go to the next one, especially cross sections, right? You got to re-annotate all those. If you did have some sort of file corruption that, you may only lose the 1 or 2 sheets that became corrupt rather than all of them. So that could be a plus side. In nearly all the cases and all the examples I'm going to show, I tend to just say put all your sheets in a single DGN. If you have a long alignment, maybe split it into multiple DGNs, maybe 10 sheets, for example, for a plan and profile. At 20 scale, that's about a mile per DGN. So that seems to make sense to me. And then maybe 30 cross-section sheets or DGN, or 30 cross-section sheets. And, on average, that's probably 1 mile per DGN. So that also allows you the ability to have multiple people getting into some of those files at the same time. In either situation, in that sort of situation where you're going to have multiple DGNs, you're going to end up with kind of what I would say a shared container file or container model. So you're probably going to want to create, one container model that's going to be used for all those sheet types, and that's where all your name boundaries are going to be placed, and maybe even use multiple name boundary groups. Another question here is, how many alignments does my project have? As I just alluded to, do I want a shared container file or a container model? This would also be the file or model where all those name boundaries for that particular sheet type are going to be. We do not recommend all sheets for all alignments in the same DGN. So if you're working on a big interchange, with 8 ramps, don't put those in one DGN. Put one alignment per DGN at least. So again, from the consultants, putting my consultant hat on, how many people are on this project team? Externals, consultants, sub-consultants. Is my client going to be accessing the files? And at least sitting here, most of your consultants looking at me, are you working in the ODOT data source? Will ODOT staff in the district be working on this? The experience level of the staff, and like anything else, we want the more experienced users to be teaching the younger staff or the newer staff how to do things. But that doesn't always mean what you've always done is the right or the best way to do it. And then, again, from my experience, will the staff remain the same throughout the project's duration? A lot of times you start a project, the person who starts it may not be the one that finishes it. And maybe in between, there's 24 other people that jump in on and off of that project just to help get certain tasks finished. So what I'm trying to say is choose a way to set up your drawings that's going to make sense for the most users and be easy for other people to pick up on how you are intending for them to use those drawings. And then change management, it's hard to predict for planning, but keeping ahead of these things and keeping things as straightforward as possible, and even documenting your workflows for those who come behind you is probably a good idea. And then lastly, you need to decide what's going to work best for your project. I can stand up here and tell you what I would do all day long, but I'm not the one delivering the project. So you might have different situations than I've run into. And then, what you did on the last 10 intersection improvement projects may not be the same as what's needed on a major highway interchange reconstruction project. So think about those sort of things. And then lastly, what's going to work for your reviewers or your company or your district, whether those reviewers internal or external, are they getting in looking at the DGNs, or are they just looking at a PDF and things like that? So I just mentioned container models a few times, so let's look at a few best practices as far as setting these things up. What is it? Everyone sort of understands what a container model is, if I mentioned that right. Anybody? A few? All right. So a container file or container model is a DGN file or a model, and it's always going to be, or should always be, your design model. That's only purpose is to contain all the base map references, reference file attachments for that particular sheet type. It can be the only model in a DGN if you're going to sort of federate that and do your DGN, your sheet separate from the container, or it can be included in the same DGN with your sheets. All your level management will be done here in the container model. So all your level display and all your view display will also be done in that container model. So long as, I probably didn't mention it yet, but as long as you don't use any of the level overrides or the reference file display overrides, so a lot of people set those to always or allow. I probably should have put that in a slide. My best practice is to always leave those at never, because you're going to take advantage of all that live nesting that can happen. And don't draw anything or annotate anything in that container model. I've seen people try to do that, and then they go in and expect stuff to be drawn or appear on their sheets. And maybe they annotate their alignment, thinking that's the best place to do it. Now they've got 30 sheets to go in and turn on the centerline stationing, because that's a direct attachment. It's not a live nested attachment where that would happen. So I already mentioned it here. This is the container model is also going to be where your name boundaries will be created. And we're going to always start this with a design seed 2D. And the ODOT create design files app kind of defaults to a sheet seed file. So when we use that, be sure to set it to a design seed 2D file. And then when we talk about cross sections, we're still going to use a 2D seed file for that. And then we're going to let ORD create the design 3D model that'll be used for your cross section container. So with just a few simple steps and sort of paying attention to what you're doing as you're doing it, it will save you a lot of time later if you get your container set up correctly. So here's just a few do's and don'ts. You could probably all come up with a couple others that you might want to add. Do use your 2D seed file. Do attach all your base maps directly to the container design model. Do all your level display and view attribute changes in view 1. And the view attribute changes are kind of the key to that settings from design model. So if you turn off your constructions in your view display for your container model, those will then be carried through to your sheets. Using the multi-model view will cause issues, because when we reference things, everything's always pulled from view 1. And when you do the multi-model view, maybe your container or your design is open in view 2, or your 3D model for your cross sections might be open in view 2, for example, or some other view, 2 through 8. Don't use live nesting for a base map reference attachment. So you have your BK file, it looks perfect. Everything you did in your BK file, that's exactly how you want your sheets to appear. So you think, oh, I'm just going to attach this one BK file to my container file, use live nesting, everything's great. Well, guess what? If I'm the guy that comes behind you working in that BK file and there's 30 attachments in there, and maybe I'm just not paying attention, I delete half of them or detach half of them, guess what happens to all your sheets? All that stuff's going to be gone. So attach everything directly to that container. Don't attach other container files being used in your project. We don't always recommend this, but a lot of folks are doing it anyway. You're creating a BK000 and you're attaching all the alignment files in your project to that one. So when you attach it to other base maps, you just have everything there. Same thing with your model files, your KM files. You have 6 corridors, you attach them all to a KM000. That's great if you want to use it for all your base map work. But when it gets into your plans production, attach each one of those directly to that container model. I promise you will save yourself a lot of hassle later. Don't move, scale, rotate reference attachments. You're going to cause yourself a lot of headaches there too. If you are using a coordinate system, you really shouldn't be able to anyway, but if you aren't, you may be able to do that. And don't copy a previously created container file and say, oh, I just want to copy this plan and profile one. My traffic control sheets are going to be pretty much the same. I'll copy it. Always best practice, no matter what you're doing, start from a fresh seed file. You don't know what's been done to that file, whether they're crap might be in it. So always start fresh. So here's an example of from a support request that we got one day. And this is the container model, and it had a live nesting. I think it was like an MOT file. And they had attached the base map for that particular phase. And the live nesting and it had a depth set to 11. So if you're a ProjectWise user, this may look familiar. That's the ProjectWise dependency viewer there. And the same file was attached multiple times in all these other references. So for example, the BK001 file was attached to all these other files. And then because the depth was set to 11, it was just like this, creating all these circular references, and this file was crashing every time the user tried to turn things on or off. It became a pretty big headache. So when we were done, we looked at it and we went in and we said, let's just attach, well, I mean, look at the spaghetti bowl there, the spider web of lines and things going on. So when we look at the same example, we removed all the live nesting, we attached all those files directly to that one container model. Even if you really can't see the names of the files there, you can tell just by that example, this is a much cleaner setup to do. All right, so now let's take a look at how our DGN files are actually composed. I talked about several models already and DGN types. These may look familiar. I used these kind of graphics on some previous presentations. So in yellow there, we have our sheet DGN file. And within it, we can have MicroStation allows 3 model types. So we have a design model, a drawing model, and a sheet model. And the design model in the drawing composition or sheet production process is where your container is what you're going to use for your container model. But that's also where you're going to create all your other base maps and things. And a drawing model then will reference that container. It'll clip it to the sheet or the name boundaries limits. And then it will also be used, it's also where you're going to do most of your plan annotation. And then the sheet model is just that final sheet composition for use for printing. It's going to reference the drawing model. Excuse me. You're going to also place your sheet border in there and edit your title block and things like that. You can place additional notes or tables or some additional annotations on the drawing if you want. Most cases, that's usually best in that drawing model. So really, the sheet is going to be used for your drawing composition or your sheet composition there, printing and publishing, that is. And unless you've changed the default background colors, you can easily recognize these model types when you open one by the colors that I kind of have listed here, with black being a design model, the background that is being the design model, gray being the drawing, and white background being the sheet. You do get in and help some folks. They change those. They don't like the white background, harder in their eyes, whatever. Usually, my first thought is, oh, I'm in a design model here. But you can also use the model dialog. There's different icons in there that will differentiate which model type you're looking at. So when we talked about a little bit ago, how do I want to set up my sheets? A single sheet per DGN. I just have one intersection sheet I wanted to create. This is how I would compose that. So I have my my reference files there on the right in the green boxes. Those are all going to be attached to my design model. And then I'm going to use the name boundary process, which will then create the drawing in the sheet model for me. And you can see the lines there show which is referenced to which. So the design model is referenced to the drawing, and then the drawing is referenced to the sheet. This is usually what I recommend the most in most cases, multiple sheets in a single DGN. Again, I'm going to create my container model there, my design model. I'm going to attach all my references in green to that. I'll cut my sheets with my name boundary workflow, and then it will then create a drawing and a sheet model for each name boundary. So I only list 2, but you could have however many you need. And that same design model or that same container model is then attached to each drawing model. And then each sheet then has its separate drawing model attached to it. So here's another example. This is what I think traditionally a lot of ODOT folks have done. Is we just want one sheet per DGN. So we have multiple sheets, we just want one per DGN. So in this case, you're going to create sort of a container model here. And that's only going to have your design file in it, or your design model in it. And and we'll attach all those references to that. And then once we'll place our name boundaries in that container model, that design model there. And then we can tell ORD, hey, create one DGN for each sheet. And you tell it what folder you want it to go to and sort of the beginning of the file name. And it'll go and create that. So all of the examples in this, what I'm going to show next, and when I eventually create this video series, I'm going to use the multiple sheet in a single DGN. It just seems to me to be the best option most of the time. It doesn't mean you can't use these other workflows, single sheet or multiple sheets per, single sheet in DGN. Doesn't mean you can't do that. I just think this is the best practice from what we see most of the time as far as users needing help from us. Well, let's look at a plan-only demo. And really the process is going to be pretty much the same. So each one of these I show a little bit, something a little bit different. And I did these last week, so let's see if I can remember exactly what I was doing. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create my new file here. Hopefully you can see that. I go to the Create Design Files app, and I do usually check to make sure that setting, under Settings, the Open Last is created. I just wanted to open the file I'm creating. And here I know I want to create a GP sheet for a plan. And first thing I need to do before I forget is go and change my seed file to design 2D seed. And in this example, just to do something different than what we always show, I set it to 50 scale rather than 20. I hit Create Files. It went ahead and opened that file, so I can close the Create Design Files app here. I go to my reference dialog next and attach the DGNs that I have for my project. And I don't have a ton for this example, but I selected 5 or 6. So here's where you need to really, if I can pause this for a second. Here's where I really think this is the best practice. Didn't pause, did it? Is we're going to use coincident world, right, to attach. I think everyone's familiar with that. But I always make sure that when I attach anything to my container model, I set my live nesting to no nesting, or my nested attachments to no nesting, and my display overrides to never. That's really not going to matter as long as I say no nesting, but as a best practice, again, that tends to be what I do. I don't want anything else coming in from those. Directly attach all these references right to your container model. So I do that here for these few attachments. Once I set it the first time, it remembered it for the rest of those. And close that dialog, and then I fit my view. You see my project. I use something a little different than Dark 185, so hopefully gives something different to look at. So I'm going to go into my level display dialog here, turn off some things. I think I just turned off, all the vegetation and, utility kind of stuff, just to give an example of what I was doing or what I wanted to do. Now I'm going to go create my name boundaries. So JD mentioned earlier, we combined all the sheet seeds into a single DGN library that will help ORD load a little bit faster. You're also going to start to see, because we did it at the same time as we were looking at the international foot stuff, we have 2 sets of files. So we just wanted it to be clear when you go to this dialog, what you're looking at. You know, it's just a confirmation that you will see a little survey foot at the end of these sheet seeds or drawing seed names. If you have your project set up to international feet, which hopefully we won't for a couple years, it'll say international foot at the end. The list should be identical. It's just that that's the only difference there, the units of those files. And since I have it paused, one thing we did do, and you know, the idea was to really keep this list sort of short and sweet, but you're going to see in the next update when we push it out is that we added some different scale options. And one of the things we started to see a lot of, or I started to see a lot of, is the annotation groups were wrong, or the vertical exaggeration wasn't correct for the different scale types or the different horizontal scales. So you'll see there's different options for plan 20 scale, plan 50 scale. It doesn't mean you can't change those. They're really just a seed to help you get started. It seemed like the best way to go. Maybe not for plan necessarily, but when we got into profile, that I think it would really help some folks speed up confirming all the settings and maybe not getting them right. So you'll see that here. I'm going to select plan only in this case. I don't have any scales there, so that's just, it's pretty straightforward. So I'll select 50 scale. I'm going to enter in my start location here. I think I wanted like 5 sheets. So the end location, I just went and data pointed in my view there, and should toggle on my create drawing. You don't have to do that now. We could create those after we create the name boundaries, but so I jump right in to the create drawing dialog. I do need to check my annotation scale here and then my drawing scale for my my drawing model there, or my sheet. Yeah, the sheet model. So that section is broken into a couple groups. There's a drawing model section and then the sheet model. So here it went ahead and created my sheets. Again, plan is really straightforward. We have a drawing model for each sheet, and we also have the sheet model for each. So I can open a couple of these, and what I noticed when I looked at my sheet here is that I want to turn off these corridor graphics. So my corridor handles and the template drop graphic there, I didn't turn those off initially. So I go back to my container model, and here I just did a right click and did off by element, selected the couple of levels I wanted to turn off. And I probably did a save settings in there just to be certain. Oh, and I also turned off kind of the tie line there. So now I do a save settings. And if I go directly back into the sheet, so this is where a lot of people get frustrated, is I jump right back into my sheet, not everything turns off, right? We got to update that drawing model first. So when I go to that drawing model, there you can see those levels are turned off. Now I can go back to my sheet and should go back to my sheet. There we go. Oh, okay. So, you know, you got 100 sheet models in your DGN. You don't want to open every single one of those manually. So if you just close the file, reopen it. I like the old key in RD equals. If you've watched any of my presentations, I've probably used that numerous times. So that just forces all those drawing models to be updated. Now when I go back to all my sheets, you can see those corridor graphics and template drop stuff is turned off. So here I'm going to go in and what probably is the best practice for most of you is you're going to want to annotate your centerline alignment probably in your drawing models. So that way, if you have overlapping text and things, you can move them out of the way. It's much easier to do in that drawing model rather than do it in your base map. So what I just did there, I went back to my container model. I turned off my annotations for my center line. Now I'm coming into my drawing model. And here what you can see, and this is what I mentioned earlier, sorry I didn't zoom in, but there is a setting there on that dialog. It says all drawing models. So when I go to the drawing model annotation, I can annotate all the drawing models with basically one click. So when I do that, then it's going to go through and annotate the stationing, cardinal points, curve data for each drawing model only within the name boundary limits. So if you did this separate DGNs, then you got to go open each DGN, annotate it, open the next one, annotate it. Here you can see it's processing here in the upper left, and it really only takes a couple seconds. Yep. So we haven't quite addressed that with 1010. The latest release of 1010, what is it? 10, 10, 20? Somebody help me. 21. They added some additional annotations. If there's someone from Bentley here, maybe they can help. But there are some settings we haven't quite got those into the workspace. There is one bug or defect that we have filed, has to do with referencing in different scales, but it will do that. And I can't remember the setting off the top of my head. Currently it won't. That next release will. So it's still going through, and I paused that, by the way. So it's wrapping up my annotations here. So here I can see in my sheet, to your question, there's my stationing, my curve data. It looks like it did do it on each sheet for me. And you can see now in my drawing model, I can move that curve data around so that it's not overlapping or whatever. I can do whatever I want. I can move the cardinal points. I can adjust those. I can move a station out of the way if I need to. Now, here's the thing to keep in mind. If you do this after the sheets are cut, obviously that's the way to do it. It's how you have to do it. That container or those drawing, sorry, not the container. Those drawing models are direct attachments to the sheet. So those levels aren't going to be turned off. Just like if you attach some other reference file directly to your sheet, you know, and you go in and create a new elements on a new levels, those elements are not going to be turned on. So you will need to go into each sheet model and turn those levels on. That's not something that's going to happen with live nesting. It's just not the way it works. There's no live nesting there. It's a direct attachment. The drawing is a direct attachment to the sheet. So. All right, so let's look at a profile. This is where things, I don't want to say get tricky, but there are a couple things I would call best practices here. So again, I'm going to use the Create Design Files app. I know that my sheet type here is or my file code is GF, so I'm going to filter by that. I'll toggle that line on. Again, I'm going to use the same scale that I used before. And I'm also going to set my design seed here, and then I'll create my file. So I have a blank DGN file with only a design model. And then here I'm going to go in and attach the files that I need. And in this case, because it's a profile, I really only need my alignment file. And what I did in this case is I went and attached my plan container so that I could see the limits of my plan view, because I want my profile match lines to match my plan. I don't have to do that, but I did that here. And here again, you can see I'm making sure to set my nested attachments to no nesting. I also change my display overrides to never. To me, that's where most people get hung up and have the most problems, is those overrides. So here I have my plan view, my alignment, and you can see then my name boundaries that I just created for my plan sheets. I'm going to go ahead and open, right click, use that view, display, control, and open up profile. I'll select my centerline alignment. Notice I didn't really need to attach my terrain. Once that existing ground is cut in my my BK file, it should just reference in there. And we still have that same issue when we create this model, all the levels are off, so I just went and turned those on. And you'll see I have some other graphics in here. This is mostly for the level display part of this. So these blue boxes and that magenta line there. So now I'm going to go to name boundaries, And here's where I'm going to select this profile only, and I have it set to 50 scale. And really the biggest part here is that it will set, I think I pointed out, sets that detail scale and then the vertical exaggeration. Typically for 50 scale, we're going to do 5. That's another place where folks were sort of getting hung up. By default, we had it set to a vertical exaggeration of 4, which works for 20 scale, but when we go to 50, we want to make that 5. I also changed my method here in this case because my plan is referenced. I can't use that from plan group there, but I just wanted to see so I could confirm my, my stations or whatever. So I set my method to station limits. I'll key in my begin station, and I can't remember on the end. I just went ahead and data pointed to where that last sheet should be. I do have create drawing toggled off, and I always forget it takes several data points here to go ahead and accept all those prompts. Oh, the other thing with that sheet seed on, oh crap. On the datum spacing, that was another one that changes with the, can I fast forward it? Shoot. Anybody know how to fast forward on this? All right, so wow, that gets back. Crap. The other thing that changes on those sheet Cs is that datum elevation, so or that datum spacing. So whenever we cut our, do you want the vertical lines to be every 5 feet or every 10 feet? And that tends to mess. I don't want to mess it up or say mess it up, but when you get into the annotation part of it, it looks funky if you do different things. So sorry, I'm not. So again, no live nesting. I can't emphasize that enough. Save yourself a lot of headache. Yeah, it does. I'm in view 4 at the moment. I'm going to get there. Okay, so we're back to our create drawing. Again, I'm going to select this profile only sheet here, and my detail scale changes. Again, that vertical exaggeration will now set, and then that elevation datum spacing is also set. You may want to look at the top and bottom clearances. Those aren't set by the drawing seed, so if you want some additional clearance there, you can set those. All right, so now I think we're back to where I was. So we'll go ahead and create our drawings. And because of those sheet, I didn't mention this previously in the previous video, but the very top of that dialog is where you can toggle on about 1 sheet per DGN, gives it the folder where you want to create each one of those. Again, I turned that off. Here's what JD was mentioning earlier on the annotation groups for the profile. You can see those are a little more clean. The naming is a little cleaner now, so it makes a little more sense. And then off to the side, he gave some descriptions on typical sheet types that you might see each one of those groups on. So if you're looking at a bridge or a horizontal 50 scale, you can see that that's the group that I want. In most cases, those sheet seeds or drawing seeds should have one set as a default. And I went ahead and hit create files. Going to go create those. So everything looks good at first. Now let's go, I'm going to go open a drawing model. So and then I open the corresponding sheet. You can see I got these boxes here that I want to turn off. So when I go back to, I'm going to go back to this multi-model view. Now, earlier I mentioned view 1 is where all the magic happens, right? And this is where I found the best practice here is we need to, well, okay, before I get there, I'm going to go, I turned off a level here in view 4. Turned off those big blue boxes. But when I go back to my drawing model, they're still there, right? What's going on? Here's now, all right, people start to panic. ORD, that, not doing what I want. But I go back here and they're gone. I turned them off in view 4. Now remember, when you reference anything, it's just MicroStation. It's just the way it works. It's always uses view 1. So you can see I'm in view 4 here. The best practice I've found for this, and if you found a better way, let me know, is I want to go open my profile view in view 1. And you can see when I do that, everything's turned off. It's sort of the same thing that happens all the time. And then, so notice I'm also in view display here, my level display dialog. So I turn everything on there. I'm going to go back to this drawing model. Everything looks the way I had it in view 1. Go back to that multi-model view where, again, I have view 1 here. Here I'll go in and you'll see the boxes I want to turn those off again. And again, I save settings and I go back to my drawing. They're still on, right? What's going on? I don't know. So where everybody's throwing their hands up at this point. So it looks great here in view 1. I think this is just all part of this non-indexed model process that's going on here. So the best practice here, open that drawing model, open that profile model at least once in view 1. That kind of just gets that created there correctly. And then you're going to use global display. So what I just did there is I went in and turned on global display in my level display dialog, turned off the levels I want. And right away, I can go into any of those sheet models in those blue boxes are all turned off. Now, when I go back to that multi-model view, as long as I use global display, it doesn't really matter which view I'm in, okay? But the key is at least opening the profile once in view 1. And that'll help get that going correctly. And so here, also, view 1 is typically when you can do it in any view if you want. Here, I'm going to set it back in view 1 to the plan view, but maybe you want to open your plan in view 2. That might be the better workflow. So when you attach other references or whatever, you can do that in view 2. So here you can see my level display. Again, it turns that off when I recreate it. So I would avoid recreating that. So I'll turn those on in view display. Then I'll go back, set that to global display again. And I can turn these things off. And I think I turned them all back on at first just to show you that they are on in my sheet. And then I go back. And even though it's in view 4, because I'm using global display here, I can turn those all off. And this time I just turned off the magenta line and those circles that were in there. The blue boxes remain. So everything looks like I want. So the best practice here on your profile, again, open that profile, at least once in view 1, and then use global display to control the levels there. Plan and cross section, view display works great. That's going to be what I'm going to tell you to do all the time, because how many times, I don't know how many folks do it. I know I do it. You might have 6 views open and I want to see different things in each view. I want to see maybe the traffic control in this one, but when I'm working in this area, I don't need that on or whatever. So That's where view display is very helpful. All right, so let's look at a plan and profile. It's really just combining these two workflows. So I'll create a new file. Again, I'm going to go in and create a GP file. I think I'm good on time. I already had a GP created, so it's just going to add the suffix 02 to this one. Again, I'm 50 scale, and I'm going to set my drawing or my design seed here. I skipped the reference file attachment just to make it quicker. So I did attach all the same references I had previously, and I'm going to open my profile view same way that I just did. And again, I'll turn those levels on. Probably should have sped this up. So now we're going to go and create the name boundaries for the plan. And I'm going to create them at the same limit. And I didn't zoom in this time, but I did select a Plan Pro Plan 50 scale drawing seed there at the top. I should have zoomed in for you. And I'll set those sort of the same station limits on my plan. Here, when you're doing plan and profile, turn off that create drawing for your plan. We don't want to create the drawings yet. Now I'll go back, set that to profile. These workflows are really no different than what our training guides already say to do. So for profile in this case, I'm going to say I want to do it from my plan group, and then I can just data point in my profile view there, and it puts the same match lines in. And then I did toggle on create drawing. For some reason, my one sheet per DGN was toggled on. I toggled that off. And here I'm just checking my scales and make sure my annotation scale are correct. My detail scale for my sheets are correct. And I go through and cut those sheets. So now I'm looking at my models. I'm just showing you here that I got 5 plan drawing models. I got 5 profile drawing models and 5 sheet models. And I can go in and I can toggle on my levels however I wish here, same way as I did previously. And I can turn off a lot of this survey information that I may not want to see. Here I turned everything off. I'm only going to turn on the pavement levels in this case. I know we would show more. It was just an example. And then the name boundaries and the those other graphics, the corridor graphics, template drop graphics, those are actually construction elements. So what I wanted to show here is from the view attributes, whatever I turned off in my view here, because that settings from design model setting, if I turn those construction elements off here, those would carry through to my sheets. That was never the case before. No matter what you tried to do, that was a MicroStation function that the civil folks at Bentley worked with the MicroStation platform to update. So even if you did that in your container model, you would have to go do that in every sheet later. So any of those view attribute changes. So that's a pretty cool change for that. That's mostly what that setting means. So you'll see that those levels are turned off and those construction elements were turned off. Now, what about the profile? What do I need to do here? Really, it's the same thing. I can turn these things off. Pretty much the exact same example that I just showed. Turned off those boxes. They're still on in my profile here, my drawing model. So I'm going to I'm going to go open this in view 1. Open my profile model in view 1 just once. Definitely with the plan and profile, you're going to tend to want to have your plan view in view 1. Again, we'll turn everything off in the view display, or turn everything on, I'm sorry. And then in my, I'm going to set that to global display there. And I think I turned off a few things and turned it off and then Now here's where the trick is it's not really a trick, but to get back to your plan view, you got to go to the view attributes dialog, and down under view display, there's the model that you can set that back to design. Now notice what happened, all my levels changed. So I would try to avoid doing this as much as possible. As you can see, you might have some cleanup that might needs to happen multiple times, depending how you do it. But at least in my profile view, that was really what I was trying to show there. Once I'm in the profile, just need to pay attention to the global display for the profile. Again, plan view, I would just say recommend using view display. I think that's about all I had here. Can't remember what I was showing, but so far, has anybody picked up any tips that might help them? Anybody created sheets? All right, a couple heads nodding. So sort of, I apologize earlier, I didn't repeat the questions, but so the question here is ODOT considered changing the new level display configuration variable? We've considered it, and at least at this point, no, we feel like that's the best. And the reason is maybe I have all my traffic control or my MOT files attached to my container files, and I only need 3 elements in there. Then the MOT designer or traffic control designer goes and they add a bunch of levels. They do all their work. Suddenly, all these new levels are on in my sheet. And now I've got the roadway guy ticked off at me because now his sheets are all messed up. You know, now somebody has to go clean those up. And a lot of times you don't notice that until we go to submit. And that's the logic behind why it's set that way. I know, it's 50-50. Yeah, I know. We could debate that all day long. Anything else? Or JD, he might have some other opinion there. Okay, go ahead. Sure. Yeah. So the question was, can we add one of these in this video series for drive plan and profiles? And that's a good example of why I sort of wanted some feedback today. So thanks. All right. So the last one I have, any other questions? Or did you have another one, Kathy? So I would create this. This doesn't exactly demonstrate what I'm, hold on. The question is, if you have 30 alignments, how can we control the level display once versus creating multiple container models for each alignment? This graphic doesn't exactly portray my answer, but what I would do is create one container DGN file, and I would create multiple name boundary groups in that. And then I would cut each one. How would that work? Should be able to cut each one. It's going to create them all. And somebody help me. I'll have to get back to you on that one. It should be pretty easy to do. I suppose you could create one container, attach it. That would be the only time I'd say use live nesting in your container. Yeah. So if you do use live nesting, I mean, I'm not saying don't ever not use it. My best practice is not to use it, right? If I am going to use it, I'm only going 1 or 2 levels deep. You saw that slide I have. If you got to go beyond that, you're asking for trouble. Anything else before I do the last one? Yeah. Yeah. It scares me. I've seen it. I've used live nesting for a long time with V8 and if you don't understand it, it can be disastrous, but it only takes you breaking it once to sort of learn how to fix it and make it right. All right, so the last one is cross section. And again, we start with just creating a new file. I probably could have skipped this. Should be right on a couple minutes over. So create this file. I filter by XS because I know that that's the file type I want. And here, I'm going to set my scale here to 1 to 10. Again, just to do something a little different than most of our other demos show. And again, I do want this to be my design 2D seed. Now, you're probably sitting there thinking, well, you know, your cross-section stuff is all coming from the 3D model. Yeah, but we still want to start with a 2D seed. We'll let ORD create that 3D model for us. And then here I'm going to go and I need two things. Really, at a minimum, I need two things. I need an alignment and something with a model in it. You know, my corridor model or whatever, something 3D. I think I attached, so I'm going to attach my BK file, BK003 in this case, and I attached my CADD file. I did need that one. That's my terrain file in this project, and then my corridor. So I need 3 files here. And really, the only reason I need that CADD file is that's when I'm going to set my terrain active here, and that's going to create that design 3D model. Again, I'm saying no live nesting, display overrides never for all these attachments. And here, you know, I fit my view here. Now I'm going to set that terrain active, and that's going to, I dock my level display here. You can see there's only the design model. Set that terrain active. ORD creates that 3D model for me, so we let it create that. Now I'm going to open 2 views. You know, if you didn't catch on what I've already been saying, you know, view 1 is our key here. That view setting there, you know, typically forces view 1 to be the plan, view 2 to be our 3D model here. I do need the plan view in order to select the alignment so that when I create the name boundaries, I need that alignment to tell it. So I do need a plan there. But I also need the 3D view open so that, because that's where the name boundaries are get placed. They get created in that 3D model. I apologize I didn't zoom in here. So my drawing seed I set to cross sections 10 scale here. And I select my alignment. I don't do the whole project. I just did you know, 20 of them or so. And I just keyed in my start and end stations. The other thing you want to maybe pay attention to is your top and bottom clearance on these. You may want to increase those. And I set my interval just to 100. Just for the demo, I didn't need to do anything more than that. And then vertical exaggeration is ODOT plan is 1. Some DOTs do 2. So there I changed my top and bottom clearance. That's going to at least force it to give me an extra grid or so, so that when you add your annotations and you have some extra room on those later. So I create these, and this is one of those where you got to click several times in order to accept all the prompts. So go ahead and create my drawings. And this dialog is, again, it's the same. You'll see in the 3D model, the view, the name boundaries are placed. On the plan view on the left, those are just a reference file attachment of the the 3D model. So in my create drawing dialog here, again, I could create one sheet per DGN. Cross sections, I really don't suggest that just because the amount of annotation you're going to remove and re-annotate. Here is a new setting with 1010 is that they allow you on your cross sections to not create your sheet models right away. So I only want to create my drawing models, and then later I can come back and create my sheets. And this is handy. You know, your first cut, stage one, you're going to create your sections every 50 feet. Sorry. And then, you know, you're going to go back and maybe add your culverts later. So we can go in and add sections later. We don't lose anything like we did before. And then all we can do is we can tell it, hey, recreate the sheets and just put all these in order. So I toggle that off in this example. I should hit OK any second. We did demo this in one other user group meeting, and Bentley has a decent video that shows how this works as well. So here I went in my first section. I didn't actually have a terrain there. I should have paid more attention. So there's no ground. But here I can see my section looks pretty good. And I think I open another one. But you can see in my models dialog, I only have drawing models, no sheets yet. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to go back to this multi-model view. And I was just pointing out that those first few name boundaries fell outside of that terrain. So here's the best practice for your level display on your sections, and is to open the 3D model in view 1 when you're ready to start turning things on or off or doing your display. Forget about the multi-model view. The only time you really need that plan view is if you're going to select the alignment to create another name boundary. So here I can do whatever I want. I can change the display style. I can rotate it, whatever. I just kept it in the top view. And I went in, and in that KM corridor attachment, I can turn off a lot of these points or these line strings that I really don't need to be shown. And in this example, I went ahead just to sort of be a little bit extreme and just to demonstrate. I turned off that subgrade stabilization, and I turned off the barrier that I had here. And then lastly, I turned off the finished grade just to make sure that I can see how this works. So I saved my settings, and really, I still prefer to have everyone drawing in the subgrade in your template. I didn't do it here, and then just showing the subgrade like the L&D says. But you can see the barriers turned off, that subgrade stabilization layer is turned off, as well as my finished grade. And pretty simple, right? I just went into that 3D model in view 1. Multi-model view may or may not get it done for you. If you do it in multi-model in that view 2, then you're probably going to want to think about global display, and that tends to confuse people. So here I'm going to go back to my 3D model, view 1, turn some of those levels back on, and save settings, and then I can go back to a drawing model here, see that those are all back on. I promise you, it really is that simple. I know a lot of folks struggled, including myself. I'm not going to lie, when you get in, it's view 1 is really the key here. So now what I wanted to show was I'm going to go back here to this multi-model view. I'm just going to show, I'm going to add one new section, and I just picked a spot. Need that plan view to select a, oh, I want to make sure I add it to the same group that I already had. So I selected this I-480 group that I already created. I'm going to key in just one station, my start location, and then I'm going to copy that and paste it in as my stop location. You know, if you had a culvert, you could do one of these by 2 points if you wanted. And here I'll go ahead and place that. I think I did it at 832 plus 12. And I'll data point here. I do want to tell it to create the drawing here. Again, I don't want it to create a sheet. Otherwise, it's just going to create one sheet with one section. So I'm going to toggle that off. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, my bad. I didn't create anything there. I actually wanted to turn off create drawing. So I hit cancel. You can see in my name boundary dialog that new section that's created, 832 plus 12. All right. So now from here, I can click on that section and I can say create drawing. And this is where I'm going to turn off. I could have did it either way, I guess. Turn off that create sheet model. Just let it create the drawing for just that one section. So now I have this section here and it appears at the bottom of my models dialog in this case. So just to show you that it's there, 832 plus 12. Now I'm going to go back to this name boundary dialog here, select my name boundary group for that alignment. I'll turn on that. Those settings, these toggles didn't really matter. What you need to do is select on the group, right click on it and say create cross-section sheets from drawings. So all this is going to do then is go read all those drawing models and recreate the sheets. Or create the sheets, not even recreate. And then if you were to add, I'm not sure why by default it turned on a file name. I wanted to put it in a different file. That's where, let me get back to your question. So I'll create these sheets. And it'll go create them. And then if you were to add more sections later, needed to add more, you can just delete those sheet models. Don't delete your drawings. You can see now it created these sheets. You could just we could delete all these, recut all these sheets again if you added more sections later. That way we're not losing the work that we were in previous versions. So it's just showing, I was just showing that it put it in the correct order. All right, so to Kathy's question earlier, one container file, but I want for 30 alignments, but I want to put the drawings and the sheets different. In that create drawing dialog, I know you can do it. You tell ORD where you want to create the drawings. So typically it's turned off, it says active DGN, right? So here you'll go in and we can look at it later, but you can tell it, I want to put all the drawings in this DGN. I want to put all the sheets in this DGN. They can be different even. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay. That's something we can test as we build this, but so that's all I have. Sorry I ran over a little bit. Again, I could have went all day with some of those other ones, but I think Mark is up next with digital signatures. And then I'll be back for the fun part, so be ready.
Yeah, they get the printers, man. All right. Digital signatures. First of all, I must apologize if I start coughing during this presentation. I am a little under the weather. I spent 10 days in Punta Cana. And 2 days from the end of our vacation, I got super sick, upper respiratory infection. And I had to visit a doctor on the resort. And I don't know if anybody's ever experienced a doctor in a third world country, but it's not a fun experience. So I've spent most of my weekend, Labor Day weekend, in bed trying to get better. So hopefully I can make through this without coughing too much. Anyways, digital signatures. This is something that we've been kind of looking at and researching and playing around with. And, the main reason is ODOT started accepting PDFs as the final plan set back in 2014, which is, like 8 years ago now. And we've never really implemented a process for signing and sealing plans electronically. And to this day, there's still scanning title sheets for signatures on PDFs. And that was one of the things that contracts, has been talking to us about, title sheets being scanned in. We have this application that does the standard construction drawings. We're embedding hyperlinks, and then when they're scanning the title sheets, these hyperlinks are being broken. So it was something that we wanted to kind of move forward with as far as digital signatures go in implementing. So we're proposing to make that shift over in January of 2023 for the L&D Volume 3 update in that DRC. And that I say tentatively on there because there's a lot of things that we're still kind of work through as far as like some various things like the CAD standards updates, title sheet. What do we do for signatures that aren't project related as far as like engineers? If somebody's not sealing a plan, do they still need to stamp the title sheet? So there's a lot of variations that we're kind of, looking at when we're talking about digital signatures. But one of the things we are doing is we're trying to implement tools into the CAD standards to help with this digitally signing process. One of those would be some of the title sheet updates and changes, and I think JD mentioned that in his presentation. We're looking at possibly a separate signature page for collecting those non-project, non-engineer related signatures. And those would be, a good example would be, I have actually an example later in the presentation, but one of those would be like City of Columbus. They require signatures signed off on a title sheet. I have a title sheet that has like 15 signatures on the title sheet, and it's like, really, we have 15 people signing a title sheet for a plan. How do we do that, if we're doing digital signatures? Because as soon as you digitally sign a title sheet, any changes to that, it voids the signatures, obviously, because when you're using digital signatures, and it's embedding that encryption or that certificate to that PDF. So what do we, how do we overcome those challenges? So signature page, talk about that a little bit. And then our plan signature application that JD has written, we'll go through that and show that. And then just putting documentation together. We're actually talking about doing maybe a couple webinars when we get closer to implementation, kind of roll this thing out. And then videos and things like that on our wiki and training and so forth, things that are needed for implementation of this. Some of the benefits, I guess, that we would like to see or we want to see is, no more scanning the title sheets to try to collect signatures. Also, it allows us to leverage those clickable links on the title sheet for PDF navigation for things like standard construction drawing, sheet index of sheets, etc., things like that. It's going to better prepare us for digitally signing 3D models at some point when we're going to get to that 3D model. How do we sign off on that? It's going to have to be digital. So getting us kind of ready for that next step. And Rachel had mentioned that earlier too in the BIM presentation as well. And then true authentication of who's signing the PDF plans and, better state board compliance. The state board actually has a compliance in there as far as, if you're going to digitally sign something, it has to have some type of an encryption embedded within the signature. So a couple of the challenges that we also are looking at was, how do you update the title sheet after a digital signature's been signed off? There's no really real easy way around that. So, how do we get, if you have a title sheet that's been signed off on, and it needs to be modified, it's going to have to be signed again. That's just the nature of digital signatures. But having 15 signatures on the page on the title page, that doesn't necessarily mean that the engineer, who's working on the project, maybe that's the only person that really needs to sign off on the title sheet, and those additional signatures can be taken off and put somewhere else, say on a signature page or declaration page, so to speak. Collecting digital signatures from multiple sources. What's the best way to collect all those signatures? And then non-project engineer related signatures on the title sheet. I mentioned that the City of Columbus. So one of the things as far as title sheet changes we're looking at is creating enough space to have 6 engineering seals in the lower right-hand corner. That was one thing that we've never really had. Is allowing for additional areas on the title sheet for those signature areas, those seal areas. So we've modified the title sheet to allow for that. There's also room on the left side of the lower table there, so you can add 2 more. So you could get up to 8 on a title sheet, which that's something that that we wanted to allow, which we've never had before. And I've seen plans before where there's several stamps on it, and they've had to have a second page added because of the stamps. So that was a significant change that we made for our title sheet cell. The other one was our director's signature was added to our cell as just microstation elements. We discussed this with contracts, and they said that they would, they wanted to have that as just part of the cell, and that we could add that as elements. That way, they're not having to hand sign with the director's signature for every single plan. So that's been added to the cell. So when you place the title sheet, it automatically is on there. The district deputy director's signature, however, is also placed on there, but it has a cell attached to it. So when you print to a PDF, it prints it as a digital signature in a PDF format. This, you can see the cell name there. It's DDD underbar signature. We kind of went round and round on this for a little bit. We wanted to just remove the signatures, all of the signatures from the title sheet. And contracts said, no, we want the director's signature on there. So we had it added with the elements. And then the district deputy director said, no, we want to be able to sign on the title sheet. So we were like, well, can't we just print the name on there? Does it have to be a signature? And they said, no, we want to sign off on the plans, and that's our way of signing off on the plans. So we want a signature field for us. So that was our way of adding that to the title sheet cell. So when you place the title sheet, you will get an area there for the district deputy director's signature. And then during the printing process, it creates that signature field for them to sign off on the title sheet. So the signature page that we came up with was something similar to like a declaration page. And it sounds like some of the districts are already doing this, which is, good. We made it just 8.5 by 11. And we've actually added it to the SAL library already. So it actually, you can place it as a sheet. And JD's already even added it to the sheet creation, or I'm sorry, the DGN creation app too. So it's actually a selection, and it shows up as, I think it's signature sheet or signature page. So you can create it just like you would for a title sheet. And really this is only meant to collect signatures for people that are not signing, the engineering aspect of a plan. You're just collecting the signature because, they want to sign off on it. So that's what our intent for that signature page is going to be for. We allowed for 20 signatures on the page. Hopefully not more than that. That many people signing off on a plan that's non-project engineer related, I guess. But we allow for 20 signatures there. The cells, like I said, has already been created. And then with the plan signature app that JD has created, we have two different modes. We have the first mode that's for engineers and surveyors seals, and that's the left image there. And on the right image, the second mode is just for a signature field. So for the signature field, you basically get 2 lines that you can put, maybe the person's name and maybe their office or their, their current position or things like that. And then when you hit place signature, you get, you basically get, the signature field hovering around your icon, and then you can just place it wherever on the sheet. And then on that signature page, let me back up here. It shows there's 10 here, or I'm sorry, 20. When you place the cell, it's just going to have these small construction elements as insertion points. So depending on how many signatures you need, you can just start, popping them in there as you would need, 5, 6, whatever many signatures you would need. Obviously, if you're not collecting signatures for a project for, non-related engineer signatures, you don't even need this. This is just an add-on. So the left image there, you got a couple options at the top. You can do an engineer's seal. You can do a surveyor's seal. There's a title area, so you can select like roadway if you're, sign off maybe on the roadway. If you're signing off on the bridge or drainage or whatever, you can actually, there's a drop down there. I'll show you. There's a video. I've got a little demo here. And then you can put your name on there, your license number, and then JD's actually added a scale option there for, if you're doing like quarter size plans, you can adjust the scale factor there so you can place those seals. So this is the application. It's actually part of the title sheet apps. And so I'm just going to go ahead and place some engineering seals down here in the lower right-hand corner for a title sheet. I'm just going to create just some generic random ones, roadway, and then you can actually give it a subtitle. So maybe if you're signing on, maybe you're signing off on specific roadway for a specific road. It gives you a way to do a subtitle, and then your name. You have a name field 1, 2, and 3. So if you have like a middle initial and you want to add that, you can do your name, middle initial, last name, and then your license number. And then if you hit place seal, then you're going to get your seal with your cursor, and then you can just snap the lower left corner there, and it'll place that. Now, as it's placing that, you can't see it, but there's a transparent cell at the lower portion of that box. And what that is it's writing a GUID programmatically to that cell. And then in the back end, JD's writing that information to a design script for printing later. So each one of these can be unique when they print to a PDF. So I'm going to place another one. That one I took the middle initial out so you can just do name 1, name 2, so you don't have the gap there. Like I said, we fitted it so you can do up to, you can do 3 and then you can stack 3 on top of it, so you can actually get 6 over there. A lot of the notes that go on that right border, we also made adjustments to. So if you go placing those, they'll also fit there, even with those. If there's 6 stacked on top of each other, all the notes will fit. And then now I'm going to place a surveyor seal. And I'm going to place that on the right there. So it's pretty quick, pretty easy. You know, throws it right on there. And like I said, in the in this one, you can see if I hover over, that's the signature field, and it's given you a cell name, and it's, like I said, it's a unique cell name that's tied to this signature alone. So each one has an individual cell block with a different signature tied to it. That way, the design script knows who's signing where. So when you hover over that in the PDF, it'll actually give you your information. So pretty cool. And then as far as printing goes, the design script, JD mentioned that earlier. It's the OHDOT underbar workset .d script. And when you create when you do your create workset app, it's actually creating this as well now as part of that configuration. So when you do use that application at some point, it'll go in and it'll write that information into that design script. And then when you go to print, you just add that design script in for your printing so you can get those digital signature fields on your PDF. Those are all unique. So if you happen to go in and somebody, you know, maybe leaves the company and they're not going to sign off on the plans and you already had placed it, you can literally delete their cell and then place a new one, and then it'll just update and write that new information into that design script. So it provides that digital field, that digital signature field for the PDF when it prints. So upon printing, you're going to get these little blue tags now for each area for signatures. So you can actually see that there's one for the district deputy director there, his signature field, and then the signature fields there for, you know, each engineer that's going to be signing off on the plans. The only way we were able to do this was with a design script. That's why we went the design script route. So that's where that design script comes into play, and where the application is writing that information in the background. So this is just a quick demo on, you know, kind of how you would go about signing it. So if I hover over that, you can see where my name is. I'm clicking that. Now this is just Adobe Acrobat. I'm clicking my digital Windows ID, and then I got my appearance for my signature. I can actually, you know, change that appearance if I want to. In this example, I think I just picked my my e-signature that I have, my handwritten signature, and then it's digitally being signed. I click sign, and then it's going to ask me to save the PDF after applying the digital signature. And I'm going to get that on there on the bottom. So with that being signed now, you can't really go back and modify that PDF, because if you do, it's going to break that digital signature on the back end. So each person now can go in and just click and sign, and then, you know, the PDF, and it's those signatures are actually tied to that PDF. So you can actually go into there's like a signature dialog that you can go into, whether you're using Bluebeam or Adobe, and you can actually see the signatures and who's been, you know, who's signed off on it, and whether they're you know, valid or not. So when you're looking at that, they can either be valid in green, and if they're If they're valid, but they can't be verified, they're going to be yellow, meaning that somebody signed it that's not within your domain, within your network domain, or maybe your Windows store for your authentication key or your ID. So it'll be yellow, and then there'll be ones that are red, which is invalid, meaning that the file's actually been modified after the person signed off on it. So I think our perspective is if it's green or yellow, that means it's a valid signature. So one of the other things that we've been kind of looking at and researching is PDF packages to kind of help, kind of augment this whole digital signature process. And PDF packages can provide a way to separate PDFs, but yet view them as a single PDF. Is anybody familiar with a PDF package or a PDF portfolio? Wow, nobody? Really? Wow. I know you guys are. So if you think of a PDF package, it's essentially a PDF zip with multiple PDFs contained within it. So you can actually open a single PDF in, say, Adobe or Bluebeam, and then view those independently of each other. So I've actually got a little demo here I've got set up. And within that, what we're looking at is you could actually have your signature page, you could have your roadway plans, and you could even potentially have your right-of-way plans all separated out so they can each be signed individually, but yet self-contained in a single PDF. So let me go ahead and get that up here. So okay. And okay, I'm just trying to get my other screen up here. That's not going to work. This isn't mirroring my screen. Okay. Can you do it? What is it? All right, there we go. Okay. All right. So this is just a example, kind of a mock-up that I did for a project that we actually had a bunch of signatures on. And this is actually a single PDF. When you open it, it actually shows you that it's a PDF package and it has multiple PDFs contained within it. So I'm going to just open the roadway plans first. So this is actually the roadway plans out of that PDF package, and it's essentially it's a self-contained PDF. So if you look on the right-hand side there of all the signatures on that title sheet, that was for the city of Columbus, I guess, that they needed to sign off on. So as an example, maybe those signatures go to a signature page and they come off of that main title page. So the only people that are signing off on that is going to be the engineers, who are going to be working on the project and designing the project. So that would be, say, the roadway, and then the signature page would actually be a separate page here. And this would be something like signatures on this page, you know, signify only the concurrence with the general purposes and general location of the project. All technical details remain the responsibility of the engineers preparing the plans. So something simple like that, and then having all of your signature fields down there, and then they can be, you know, they can be signed off on. So the nice thing about a PDF package is you can actually sign off on these individually and then put them into a PDF package, and they'll all stay self-contained with each signature. Or you can create the PDF package and then you can open them individually and sign the documents that you need to, and they're not going to break one another. So. But like I said, that's kind of the thought process there for the signature page. Then we have one, like I said, the roadway. So the one thing about the roadway plans is if you do decide you're going to have to create a PDF package, and I guess let me kind of clarify on this PDF package thing. If you have a set of roadway plans that don't require, maybe you don't have right of way and you don't have to collect any additional signatures, then you don't need to do a PDF package. Okay. The only thing that we're looking at a PDF package for is if you need to do maybe a right of way set of plans and you want to add those into the plan. You just create a PDF package. You have the roadway, you have the right of way, and I haven't talked to Brian about this yet, but you could potentially do geotech as well. And have those all separated out. And then you could even call those out on the title sheet. And I just put a note on there just as an example for a project signature, you know, page, see attached file in the PDF package, and then you give it the file name of that in the PDF package. You can also just create a hyperlink straight from here. So when I click that, I just go straight to the PDF package itself. So there's some intuitiveness there as well. Same thing here. If I'm on the title page of the roadway and I want to see the right of way, I click that and then it goes to the right of way plans. The other thing too would be that if you were doing this, you know, you wouldn't necessarily have to have the right-of-way plans as part of the overall, you know, sheet numbering. You could just have the right-of-way as a subset of sheets, and then you wouldn't have to worry about, you know, adding that to the plan numbering. Same thing for the geotech. You wouldn't even have to, you know, add those sheets into it because it's all part of that PDF package. So definitely see some benefits there. Like I said, this is kind of an example of a project that I found that had just a ton of signatures on it, and you know, looking at different ways that we could potentially, you know, offshoot those signatures to a different page like that signature page. So this is, like I said, this is a work in progress. We're hoping to try to put something together and have it in the L&D by January. If that's the case, we're going to be doing some webinars and things like that once we start, you know, nailing down some of the, you know, the workflows and the processes and things like that. But this is the kind of direction that we're moving in. But is there any questions from anybody? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, definitely. I don't think there's an issue with that. Do you, JD? See what the seal looks like? I'm sure we can make a cell out of it, right? Yeah, that's a good question. Landscape, yeah, definitely. Yeah. The value engineering change proposal process, no. Okay. Okay. So you're actually taking the PDF and modifying it with, Okay. So you're creating okay, so if you're taking the CAD files and you're creating new PDFs, and then you're re-signing the title sheet? Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because if you're you're replotting the title sheet as well? Okay, so if you're replotting the title sheet, those signatures aren't going to be on there. Right. So right. So how are you doing it now? Okay, so yeah, but I mean, if you're taking the title sheet now and there's signatures on the title sheet, are you just replicating them onto the new title sheet? After okay. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what's happening to the existing signatures on the old title sheet. Are those being moved forward? Okay. After you change the plans. Is that legal? Okay. Okay. Uh, I wasn't aware of this process. What's that? Okay. I thought that's where you were coming from, Rachel, but I wasn't. Okay, so that needs to be talked to with who? Okay. Okay, well, maybe we can talk with Rachel. You can get with Rachel and figure out who we need to talk to about that process. That's why we want to bring this up in this meeting. It's good questions like that because those are things that we haven't really thought of or even looked at that definitely could apply. Yeah. Not really. You can do a PDF package in Bluebeam, or you can, if you have Adobe, you can do like a PDF. It's called a portfolio. It's the same thing, and they're compatible, across Adobe or whatever, whatever PDF software you happen to be using. So I've got this open inside of Adobe or Bluebeam, but I could actually open this up in Adobe, and it looks different, but it still has the same functionality. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't want to try to, have to say, well, you have to use Bluebeam or you have to use Adobe. So it's pretty much open. Yeah. Um, I would say that, if you have a title sheet that you need to have multiple people signing off on and they're in different locations, yeah, I mean, you could just email it and say, here, sign off on this. And when you get it back, you could have the other people sign off on it or what, however you normally would do it, maybe in just a handwritten process. It's going to be kind of similar. I know Bluebeam has Studio, but they don't allow you to do digital signatures through Studio. And I know there's other applications. I think we have something that ODOT actually uses for signatures as well. It was one span sign at one point, but I don't know what it is now. But you could potentially use that as well to, if you were collecting multiple signatures for, say a project or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you could definitely do it through ProjectWise. If you have everything in ProjectWise and you have access to the PDF, you could just open it, sign it, save it right back into ProjectWise. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. They were wondering if we had a question if we could do that in ProjectWise, and yes, you can do it in ProjectWise. If you have access to the project, you would just open it, save it, or apply the digital signature and save it right back into ProjectWise. In fact, that would probably be the easiest way if it was in ProjectWise, because that way everybody working on the project would have access to it. You wouldn't have to email it. Any other questions? Okay. I will turn it over to Matt for his little interactive session then.
All right, this is going to be kind of fun. Just something to end the day. I stole this idea from Bentley. So if you were in one of their accreditation programs, this is something they did, one of their workshops that thought it was kind of fun. It was in that situation, it was like a whose line is it anyway kind of answer. They just threw out points to whoever answered correctly. Here we're going to use the Poll EV website again. But first, just real quick, I just wanted to go over a couple things about our team. Mark introduced all of us earlier, so I won't go all that. So we'll just talk about some of our support requests, and then we're going to get into some examples of actual support requests that we've seen, and you make the call. So have a web browser ready, your phone, or if you're online, you can use whatever you use on your computer. If you're here in central office in the auditorium and you need Wi-Fi, there's the password Innovate Ohio with the 0 for the capital O in Ohio. Yeah, so that will end up keeping score. So if you're competitive, you can go ahead and do that. So here's the ODOTCADD support team. Like I said, Mark introduced all of us earlier. When you submit a support request online, this is the group of 8 of us that will receive that request. And, we try to jump on those things as quickly as possible. What I wanted to emphasize is there's some other ways you can get some support. We do have a dedicated Bentley Communities just for Ohio DOT. We'd like to recommend you visit that first. We have a wiki page where it has our training guides and videos that go along with it. There's a forum where you can post questions. So if it's something that the general ODOT, CAD production community is going to get benefit out of, you might as well post it there. You might get a better answer from, a colleague in another company who's doing the same thing as you, as long as they're willing to share, So then there's also the ODOTCADD's request support form, probably familiar with that. And then you can contact us directly by phone or email. We like to recommend that support request form just because it goes to all of us rather than just one at a time. And we may be on vacation or whatever before, busy with other things before we can get back to you. We made it easy in the ODOT workspace, and you go to that Ohio DOT workflow. There's a links tab there, so it has more than just a couple links that I just showed you. You can go to the ODOTCADD page, the wiki page. There's even links to the Bentley communities where you get people outside of just the ODOT world. You can post questions to, and a lot of good resources there. The support request form is also there, and some other things that you might find useful. I don't have my notes here. I think at the end, I looked at the end of August 2022, just up to August all this year, we had about 1,200 support requests come through that. And about 775 of those were ORD or microstation related. So just want to give an idea of what, we're doing. And here's sort of how they all came about. Is the top one is that form stack. It says it's that support request form. Majority of them come in through that way. You can also see though the gray bar is by email, and mostly internally the yellow there is instant messages. So we do sort of log those just to keep an idea of what we're up to, and can kind of go back if we have the same question over and over again. Crap, it skipped a slide. Okay, so what's the problem? This is going to be a little interactive competition. And again, pull out your device, go to this pollev.com/OhioDOT02. And once I get to the slide, you should see the questions pop up. So each one of these has a problem, a little video with an explanation, and then you'll get to decide on what the answer is. So problem number 1, horizontal curve PI station is incorrect. So the problem is the user was reviewing reports and notices that the report shows a PI station equals 15 plus 0, 0. But when they use the analyze point tool in ORD, the PI station, when they click on it, is 14 plus 90. So here's an example. Now in the ODOT world, we don't typically annotate the PI in the drawings. Some DOTs will show that point there. So I just drew in a couple red construction elements. And I'm going to go ahead and look at my report here. And I can see that my PI station for this curve is at 15 plus 0, 0. So that looks good. It matches the curve data that's annotated with my alignment. It's 15 plus 0, 0. But here I'm going to go to the civil analysis tools, select analyze point. And when I data point or snap to that PI location, you'll see 14 plus 90.96. So now we've got, we have seen this come in. We've got people wondering, what's ORD doing? Why is my report wrong? You know, which is right? All right, so what's the problem? You have a minute to do that. The horizontal geometry is ruled incorrectly. There's a corrupt user preference file. The horizontal geometry report is incorrect, or there's a bug there. The analyze point tool is incorrect, or none of the above. Oh, right. The faster you answer these, the more points you get. So we don't really have a prize other than bragging rights, but thought it'd be fun. Yeah, come on. "12 seconds left. Oh, 66 responses so far. That just means someone, at least 66%, 70 total. All right. So here's the responses we got. None of the above was the correct answer here. I thought I'd throw a little zinger in there just to start with. The PI station is measured along the back tangent, right? So the definition there is PI station equals PC plus T. So that diagram is right from volume 3. And that's standard convention, at least in the United States, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware. So analyze point command measures along and perpendicular to the center line. So it's just like you're pulling a station and offset to a stop sign or something. So neither one are not correct. It's just it's giving you a different measurement. All right, so we don't know who you are. It only logs you in as a guest. So kind of keep track of what your guest number is. It should show you on your at the top of your screen. Looks like we got a lot of people got it correct here. All right, next one, problem number 2. I got crossing components in my corridor file. So here's the problem. The component is crossing from one side of the road to the other. I did a really simple example here. Again, this is another one that we have seen as well. So here, when I look at my 3D view, kind of looks weird. I got a little triangle shape here. Something's crossing back over from one side of the road to the other. So when I select that, I can see this weird finished grade line. And I can also see in my cross-section view that there is this odd end condition that's going from one side to the other. All right, so what is the problem here? Do I have duplicate point names between template drops? I don't have an active terrain in my model. Corrupt user preference file. My feature name overrides, named incorrectly, or none of the above. And some music. Jeopardy music, yeah. Everybody got it? 60, 64, 66. Right. A third of. All right, 8 seconds left. All right, here we go. Let's see what the problem is. The answer is the feature name overrides were named incorrectly. Actually, most people voted for the duplicate point names between template drops. So let's take a look. So here's a couple of the key points here. The tie points have the same feature name override name in them. You can't have a duplicate point in a template. You can in multiple templates. So that possible, if you had multiple template drops, you could mess up as it's trying to transition between them. But you can have a duplicate feature name override because on your end conditions, for example, you're always going to want your tie point to have the same override name. That's why it's there. So the template editor will allow those multiple duplicate names for the template for the feature name override. And then just in case you're not aware, if the point name is red on your template, that means that there is an override on that point. So here is kind of a solution. When I look at my template on this corridor, I look at the left side. Hopefully you can see this well. I look at the feature name override here. It's just tie for my first point. So I'm going to change that to L tie. And then I'm going to look at the second point on that same fill condition. It is also set to tie. So I'm going to make that L tie again for the left side. But here's where the problem was occurring on the right side. The right points were also tie. So here I'll just say R tie and for both of the ones on the right side. And now it knows it's only to pull those together on which side. You know, it's only the left points are the same and only the right points are the same. So as soon as I do that, my corridor updates and you can see my end conditions are fixed. All right, we're narrowing down the leaderboard. A couple people still 100% there. All right, third one. Problem 3, end conditions are not solving. So here's a little more detail. The end conditions do not solve at certain locations. So this could be in our dynamic section view, or maybe we cut a name boundary and something looks weird. So let's take a look. So here in my dynamic section view, I can use those little buttons there to navigate forward and back. And you see that it's going, and I go in and I enter in some oddball station I want to look at. Something about this location I want to look at here. But you can see when I zoom in on left and right, my end condition doesn't hit existing ground. All right, so what's the problem here? I have no active terrain. Ooh, it went too fast. So I'll read them off as you do it. No active terrain model, the end condition, priority conflict, end condition point properties are not correct. So those are the check for intercept, place pointed intercept. End condition is infinite. Those point properties is what I'm talking about. No template drop at the desired location. The end condition target type is not correct. So maybe there's some target aliasing, or maybe the end condition is supposed to seek a certain terrain. And then the last one was target aliasing issue. All right, 10 seconds. All right, let's see what we got. So the answer was no template drop at the desired location. A lot of folks tripped up on that long explanation for the long possibility there. All right, so end conditions only solve where there is a template drop in the corridor. So in my dynamic section view, I keyed in a location, but it didn't have a template drop there. There's a couple ways we can possible solutions. So you could check or change the corridor's feature definition, or the design stage I used to call it. So you could maybe increase that by, instead of using conceptual, or maybe you could change it to design or final, so that'll increase the location of those template drops. Or check or change the template drop interval. So maybe we need to get them closer. Typically we recommend 10, I think, or 5. Was it 5 or 5 is our current recommendation. But that still doesn't get you where, you know, that's 65, but plus 65.12 location, whatever, right? So really the best solution is to add a key station at that desired location where you want that to solve. Otherwise, what it's doing is interpolating between the two template drops ahead and back of it. So here I'll go in, I'll quickly just add a key station to this corridor. So I'll select the corridor graphics and I'll key in the 397 plus 65 location that I have there, and it's waiting, it's processing that data point to accept, and you'll see that dynamic section view automatically is corrected. So now I have a key station at that location, and you can barely see it in the top view there, but you can see the template drop was added. All right, so that's all that I got. I think Kyle was next. Oh, and there's the leaderboard. We got a couple people with still 100%.
Yeah, that's going to change soon. So I'm going to give everybody a little different flavor of a problem that we've ran into in the past. All right, so terrain vertex ghosting. So kind of on the survey side of things, I do a lot of survey support. If you guys have ever had any survey questions, I'm probably the one that answers it. So the problem is the terrain has vertices where there's no visible points. So this may or may not be what we want to actually look like in my terrain model after I've processed and collected all of my conventional topo. So a little background information. Here's my CSV file, point northing easting elevation code. It's just a regular CSV file. I'm importing that into my field book. I'm using ORD 2021 R2. A lot of the information that you would get from somebody who's submitting a support request. It ends up just being basically 2 break lines, edge of pavements, and then a random CPED shot on a point. So here's a little video just kind of showing what we have inside our file. It's a little hard to see in the projector, but there's basically 2 break lines. There's only 5 points in this whole terrain, so I made it a really simple example so we didn't have to worry about going through thousands of points to try to figure out what was happening. Everything is the ODOT default settings. We've got some attributes associated with that CPED shot, and then as well as our 2 break lines with all the standard default settings. So we just go to our field book, create a terrain model. It's going to use the boundary feature definition because that's what we have set to the default. So I think it'll make it a little easier. Let's go ahead and change that to triangles existing. And if we look at our terrain model here, we've got a random vertex where I don't have any field topo at. So this is kind of a stump kind of question here. So we'll see what everybody comes up with as a final answer. If we look at it, a little hard to see when I rotate it around, but there actually isn't a break there. There's just vertices in our line. So we have some ghost vertexes inside our terrain model. All right, so the terrain vertex ghosting, what's the answer? Is it the CPED point being included in the terrain, even though it has the same elevation? Is it the feature definition of me changing it to triangles? Is the linear stroking of the survey features smaller than the distance between the shots? Or is the edge method set to max triangle length, and the max triangle length being 100 the problem? So let's, we got about 30 seconds left, and we'll see if we have those 2 perfect answers still. Five seconds. All right. So let's look at the answer. Linear stroking of survey features is smaller than the distance between the shots. Good job, everybody. That was a good one. So we'll go ahead and kind of get into that a little bit. So there is a variable that we used to have. So this has all been fixed in the workspace, so you don't have to worry about it. But we used to have a variable set for civil survey stroke tolerance for linear segments. It used to be set at 25. So these just happened to be, if you looked at the coordinates, they were 26 feet. So that's where we would get that vertex at the 25 feet away from those, in between those points. So this may or may not be what we would want in the terrain if you think about a full big long terrain model with a bunch of different attributes and stuff inside it. So we actually have it set to 10,000 now, so we're never going to have any segments that are 10,000 foot long in between shots or anything like that. So that's why we have it set that high. So here's a little example of it. So I had to change that variable in the configuration, relaunch or delete my terrain model, and then I'm going to recreate that terrain model from my field book. And now if I change it to triangles, we can see that the ghosted vertices in my terrain model are now gone. And I have a nice, well, this is all flat, so there's no real triangles associated with this one, but good job. That was the first one I think that the majority got the right one. Yeah, let's see the leaderboard now. Still 2. They're not perfect though, but they're up there. It was probably my long explanation. So we still got 2 people tied for first. JD's has the next couple.
There are 2 questions left, guys. And you're probably going to hate me because you might not know the answers to mine. All right, so moving on. Did I just skip it? Okay. So this question is, why doesn't the conduit annotation work? You know I was going to bring in some kind of drainage problem, right? That's everyone's frustration. So I have a little video, if I could. Why doesn't clicking work? Okay, so the problem is the conduit annotation is showing the field names instead of their values. Okay, so I have a little screenshot up here. You can see it's showing the field name, but it's not updating to the values. So I got a little video that's just going to play on repeat. So here I'm going to place conduit. You see in the tool dialog, I see my item types there, right? That's what the annotation is pulling from, the item type. So as I'm placing it, I can see the item types are defaulted there. I'm placing it. I'm going to go and I'll place a label real quick, and I place it, and it didn't work. So this is the problem. So we got to figure out, well, why is this not working, right? We see the item types, a little background. The annotation is pulling from the item types. We're placing the conduit. That item type shows up in the tool dialog. We annotate it. Why isn't it working? Okay, so let's see what our options are. Do the drainage features, they don't support single source or truth yet. Is that the problem? Is there a bug? The item type is not attached when the conduit was placed. Can't annotate drainage features across a reference. Is that the problem? Civil labeler doesn't work with drainage features. So those are your options there. We're coming up on 30 seconds left. I was feeling confident about this one. Okay, we got a couple hands. You probably ran into this problem if you know. I know we've gotten a couple support requests on this topic. 15 seconds. Our results are only at 58. Only 58 people. We're dropping. 59, 5 seconds. You know, there was like 200 people in total, so I'm a little disappointed in you guys. Not the ones that are participating, but the other ones. I should get everyone's names. You get higher support. No, all right, time is up. So the answer is B, or I guess there's a bug. So when you place the conduit, the item type didn't get attached. So let me explain that further. which can't annotate drainage features across a reference. I knew that was probably going to throw some people. You know, I placed that in that file and annotated in that file, right? So there wasn't any reference problem going on. Now that is a problem before we switched over to item types. So we'll keep going here. I know we're gonna finish a little over schedule here. So even though you see the item types when you're placing the conduit in the toolbox, when actually placed, it didn't add that instance of the item type to that feature. Now, if you want to get in the weeds of it, it actually is there behind the scenes. It's just not being displayed to you, and the annotation isn't working. So we're just going to say it's not there. But when you look at it through code, you can see it. So with no item type instance on that conduit feature, when you go to annotate it, it can't find those properties to annotate it, so it leaves the fields as is. All right, so how do we fix this? Let's play this. So to fix it, it's not too bad, but here I'm selecting that element and you look in the properties, the item type is not showing up, right? So I'm going to go over and I'm going to launch this DU, the ODOT DU item type sync tool that I wrote to kind of help alleviate all these problems. And so the first button I'm going to hit is attach missing item types to all views. So that way I'm going to just attach the missing ones. You notice it updates, but still not quite right, right? 0 and NA. So all I did was attach it. The values aren't populated, right? If I look there, they're not populated. So I'm going to say, you know what? I want to go get those default values from the dgen lib. So I'm going to click that second button. I'm say, okay, I'm going to go read the dgen lib and get the default properties for this feature. And I'm going to populate it. We got a little bit further, right? Now we have type A filled out because that was a defaulted property. Obviously, the size is not really a defaulted property. So the next thing is I need to update those calculated properties. So that third button I'm going to hit, and it's going to go through and read all those conduit properties. It's going to fill out the item types, and now you notice the size is showing up. And then if you were annotating in different views, say like the profile view, you would use that fourth button to sync those values over to all the different views. I have a full-blown video of this online, but if you guys are doing drainage annotation, this thing is your friend. It's going to fix a lot of your problems. We switched all the annotation over to item types. The last user group meeting, I kind of went over all that, switching into item types so that we get around the annotating across a reference problem and whatnot. But all those item type properties are just static. So you got to use this to update the values, and then everything else will update. So this definitely should solve and help a lot of you guys with dealing with drainage stuff, but that was the problem. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Oh, we got whoever guess 5063, you have one more question and to come back here. So the last question, what happened to my title block item types? So I know probably some people have definitely ran into this. So the problem, my title block properties for the item types are gone from my drawing. They disappeared. What the heck happened to them? So I have a picture here. It shows up. I select this cell and I'm looking at the properties. I do not see my item type instance. All of my values over there are null. It was just working the other day. I got into this. What the heck happened? I'm going to go call JD up. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Now you can fix it yourself. So, you guys ready? What happened? A, happens randomly. Hope it doesn't happen to me. User typed over text fields within text elements. Another user messed up the file. I'm going to go yell at them now. Compressed unused item type libraries. So we got 40 seconds left. I know you guys like the third one, right? It was someone else's fault, right? That wasn't a giveaway. Don't use that one. Oh, yeah, I should have added ODOT's work. It's ODOT's fault, right? Forgot to add that. That's what Bentley likes to do to us. I'm sure there's probably some Bentley people online that might hopefully got chuckle out of that one. All right, 10 seconds left. This is the last question. We're almost done. I know we're slightly over. And we are done. So the answer is the last one, compressed unused item type libraries. Now I do know B probably does happen to a lot of people. They typed over the text element fields, but if you guys remember in that screenshot, the item types weren't even showing up. All right, so when you compress a file and you check on to delete the unused item type libraries, this will delete the Sheets item type library. It is another bug. So defect 692915, if you guys care, the item type is used inside of a cell. So that is causing the problem for when you compress. It doesn't realize that the item type library is in use because the item type is inside that cell. It's only checking the cell and the elements within that file. So when it does that compression, it says, oh, I can delete this. It's not here. So then when it compresses it, deletes it, you get back in the file. Without that library in the file, it can't do anything. So the fix is really easy. You're going to come into your migration file. You're going to open up your item type library. You can see right away it's not like blue, it's gray. It doesn't have a checkbox. Oh, that was really fast. Wow. Let me go back there. So I just come up, I select it, and I hit the save button. When you hit the save button, it copies it into the file. So you now have that item type library copied into the file again. And now you just need to trigger the fields to reload or to refire, to reprocess. So you can just switch models. So right now I'm showing you that the item types are showing up, but the properties aren't updated because it hasn't triggered or refired to update those text fields. So if you just switch models, reopen the file, do whatever you want, everything comes back. So you did not lose your work. They just kind of disappeared from you. So if that's happened to you, there's a really easy fix for you. That took me probably like 8 months to figure out because I keep getting them after the fact. I'm like, well, what'd you do to the file? I can't repeat this. I can't figure it out. So I was really happy the day I figured that one out. So let's see, who is the winner? Woo! Guess 7296. I think we have another question, right? Is anyone in here? Live person? All right, so we wanted to try to just give some bragging rights to if you guys were like the top 5 or so. So is it showing up now? If you guys were Matt Phillips, you can put like your place that you got too. I think we can get the results. We can email out, but we just know that we don't know the people's names. We just oh, Matt Phillips, number 1. There's some bragging rights. Now we're this is the honor system now. Can't really prove. Oh no, I'm gonna make you send a screenshot of your guest name or something, right? Oh, Mizkins. Oh no, no. I was trying to scroll down. I just messed it up, didn't I? Oh man, JD fail. All right, we're back. It's like going off the page. I don't like that. Let me see if I can. All right, so we got Michael Baker, Joe, Matt Phillips is 1 at IBI. 13th place. Look at that. Way to go. Out of like 60 some, that's not bad. So we thought this was a fun way to kind of go over some support requests so you guys don't fall asleep on us. But Mark, I don't know if you want to have any closing remarks. He's not listening. So we're a little over schedule. Happy to have you guys in person again. We'll be posting this online, hopefully by the end of the day, if not end of the week. Anyone that was here in person, you'll get an email by the end of the week with your kind of CPD credits. And as long as you signed in, if you guys didn't sign in on that little computer outside, let me know. I can bring it back up and let you guys sign in so that you get your credit. If not, we'll probably hang out for a little bit here if you guys have any more questions, but thanks for coming out.